every time you come back, it's like falling down these lies again. This feeling that I have deep down inside, I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time, leave it all behind. I can't get enough of that. I'm enough. Let me be the one for you. Thin ice, walking on my own. Playing nice, should I let it go? You said that it would change, but you're going home, and I'm losing hope. Ba-da-da-da-da. But you would never know that I'm still afraid. The things you say are adding numbers to my days. What if you told yourself things would never be the same? Countdown, feel the ticking in my ears. No, is it near the end? Fade out till I disappear. No, 'cause look the other way. On me, you face to face. Words they float away when I'm losing the race. 'Cause I can't play this game. 'Cause I'm still afraid. The things you say hiding numbers to my days. What if you doubt yourself? Things will never be the same.
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Welcome everyone, another week, another Friday, another Triton-Cup, this time number 117. I am Topic, joined by Jorian. For you today, we have Veni Vita Vici versus Expanding Force. And Jorian, I will say, I hate Expanding Force. Stupid move. Indeedee is dumb. Arm Rouge is dumb. If you play Side Spam, that's done. But that's not Pokemon. We're talking about Splatoon. How you doing today?
It's a point that much about Pokemon when I really don't know about Pokemon at all, and also, yeah, as you can see, it is Friday, and we have CKK back. Naka was streaming last week, and then we had Sama streaming on like Saturdays, or like one time a week before, and then never me before. But now CKK is back for Friday, so thank you CKK, welcome back to hell. So, yeah, the reason why Lily, I don't know where I was going at, but Veni Vici Vici, they came back from a long time ago. Expanding Force. What are you talking about Pokemon? I don't give a shit. Anyways, okay, well, there's my only swear that will happen. Anyways, we're going to see Mahi first, Mako second, and then Global third.
Yeah, but it looks like we don't even have time because both these teams are ready to go make Omar zones. Let's see what they decide to bring out. It's an opener. Let's see how they decide to feel each other if we're gonna get in this game because we gotta get the really nice overview. There's no lifeguards at this pool, which is very, very concerning. Have lights everywhere, but no lifeguards. But we're getting into it pretty standard, honestly. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Dreadringer is very, very nice. I like that. On the other side, for expanding force, again, very standard. The only thing I really out of the ordinary is possibly, actually no, you have the rusty splash with toxic miss rain, so that is a very interesting option from expanding force.
It's kind of insane how you remember all the weapons, honestly. But yeah, as you said, with the toxic miss from the spot, it's gonna be really interesting because they can actually lock in on the zone. But we do see on Benny BTV, the original comp they always play with the Aspas, with the Gal, with the the Dreadringer, all of them is going to be having cheese enough to be on its own. Since it's only a square, you're going to be fine actually to just cap it in one go.
Yeah, you're going to be fine, but so far, expanding force not going away just yet. Zachary forcing to pop a crab, but gets shredded almost instantly by that Reef just in the corner there. Going to go down a minute to go in this game. And so far, Benny Vidivice is looking really strong. You have the S-Blast underneath that plat, just shooting up shots, making sure to keep everyone away. The Carbon doesn't shut that down, but the clock is still ticking. Santo with the Zuka trying to get something going here. Not quite. Oh, actually, no, able to get a kill at the last second, but they're going to go down. Another one's going to go down for expanding force, but enough time is given so they are able to get zone, but they aren't able to get a whole out of it. They only got 4 points out of that.
The thing is, simply it's all the massive advantage from Benny BTVC, and we see from Fanning for it, they're not getting any kind of specials at all, because they always are getting camped by Pro Devil here right in the corner, because and that spot is really devilish, as you're going to be seeing right now, and also with the Booyah Bomb right now, that's going to be battling against the crab if they do get the angle, and they do. So really right now, just Benny BTVC, they're able to have a lockout just because of how much power they have and how much AoE they have against the Fanning Force.
Yeah, and I want to also point out that both for Benny Vidivice, they've been really good at shutting down the crabs from Zachary. Mainly, you saw at least a second example there where the crab just got shut down instantly by the Booyah Bomb. But in the meantime, expanding force were able to fight back, get into zone, not let Benny Vidivice get any more points on the board. And the question becomes, can they begin this lockout? I think that leader is going to be very, very helpful because that does outrange Pencil, does give you an opportunity here. But Reef Cheese not quite gonna work because that gets painted up almost instantaneously as a booty fight over his own. Santo able to get a pick, looking for another one, able to get 2 picks. The score is still going 3 down for Benny Vidivice, and very, very quickly the tables are turning in favor of the expanding force.
Since the ticker on the top is basically 2 points every second because it's going by a half second now, we are going to be seeing this flyer. She's almost getting it 75% again, but now get 100% because none of the team was there. But you can see as well that Triton had a little bit of angst as well, because you could see like before we saw behind on the bottom left, we are going to be seeing Die E-Leader who actually just died basically, having a lot of advantage because he can actually shoot for long ranges. But with the 52 guy, with the Aspect still alive, okay. Well, Santos just got a double. Santos going to get a triple by now, much like they do. And because of that, that's going to be a soft hit for Spanish Force. Because literally, because this is Mahi, it's always going to go back and forth. It's just a great game one for both ends.
Yeah, this is a really, really small zone. Basically, anything can flip the zone or at least neutralize it for either team. So we're going to see what they can do here. A minute and a half to go up just about in this game. We're going to see expanding force. They are able to get a pick on the 52. That's very, very huge there. No wall, no whale. Another one going down. Sanso just being the devil, actually, for Benny Vidivice here. Just being almost everywhere all at once and making sure they can't do anything. There's a Zuka coming out. They're going to go down, though, unfortunately. But expanding force, they're going to get out of their penalty. But will they be able to do it in time? No, not just yet. The Reef Slider able to cap this. Actually, no, not cap the zone. They neutralize it, but they are able to cap it off of it. And a minute to go left in this game. It is still very, very back and forth. Pro Devil, the last member alive for Benny Vidivice, just dancing and squinting around, able to get a pick on the leader, looking for even more, keeping their team in the zone. At least keep it neutralized. A minute to go left, and that will be enough. Just Pro Devil staying alive, getting a pick, is getting gave their team enough space to work with to recapture the zone. And as that clock continues to tick, expanding force, their times are running out. Well,
GG's.
we're
GG's.
GG's. Yep.
So
very back and forth.
It's CKK. Is your internet alive? Well, there is the internet alive for CKK. Is the Switch internet alive though? CKK is CKK. You're still alive. CKK, you're still alive. Don't worry, we can hear you. But the main thing is your Switch online.
Maybe it was a lobby DC. I don't know, but we're gonna have to just wait for those two teams to finish. But other than that, that was a very back and forth game. Renny Vita Vice there at the end, they did have control of zone. Expanding Force was starting to get into that fight before we unfortunately disconnected. So honestly, it can go either way. But at least from the ending there that we did see, I think Renny Vita Vice is going to hold on.
Yeah, most likely because there is different error messages actually for the DC. The communication error has occurred means that means it was a lobby DC. But if it was a solo DC, if it was like a solo DC saying that you disconnected yourself, that would mean that the Switch actually itself disconnected. So it was not a lobby DC. It was a spectator DC. So Benny BTBC did win it off for the first half because they did hold on all the way to the end. It does make sense because literally how much power they had for the majority of the game. Basically having Expanded Force not able to hold in at all. And also, one thing to know as well is for Expanded Force, they have a big roster. So they have 6 people, but they only have 4 people alive. And most of them are like straightforward come to you weapons. So that's the issue. Because of Benny Vici, they can just use their range to their advantage. That's really what happened for the first game.
Yeah, I think that I expect them to stay with what they have, especially for game number 2 on Makomart. They had the S Blast, which is really good on these stacks here. They have the Reef Slider with the Dread Ringer. That's also really good since I believe you can recap zone, or not recap. You can at least get a good 80% of zone in your favor. You have the 52 as well, very very helpful for closing off the side alleyways, for getting onto the enemy plat, to getting around that right hand side. So honestly, they can just stick with what they got because it worked really well in the last game.
Honestly, Benny Vici, they have just the usual comp, and most likely you will see this comp again here too. But for the side of Expanded Force, that's the question what we're going to see. Well, we're going to be seeing most likely either we're going to see a Carbon, or we're going to be seeing a Sword or Slosher, but we might be seeing again a Blaster.
Double bucket. Okay, looks like for Expanding Force, they're sticking with what they have, but double bucket. You know what? I'm here for it. As a bucket main myself, I do like this, but going with the Tri-Slosher Nouveau does make sense. Of course, Tri-Slosher does really work well on this map for these ledges that you can really take advantage of. We're going to see what they can do here, as they're going to be a very, very quick scrum in mid, as we're going to see Expanding Force winning that on top 2v3 situation here. Zachary just shooting out these stamper shots just to get something going, able to get one, not quite able to get a second one, and looks like Expanding Force able to win that first fight and get a pretty nice control here.
I think you're going to say sharp shots for a second, honestly. But the main thing, though, if for Expanded Force, we did not see any changes from them, actually. They're running the same thing as usual. But literally, for the advantage of Benny Vici, they do not have a B-Slide anymore. They have Cooler, but that's going to be an aggro Cooler, so we're not going to see it as much. We're just going to see more killing from the side of Benny Vici. But as you're saying for Expanded Force, they're trying to 1v1, but since the duo of the S-Plus and the Soldier was alive, we can see them all crumple up together on the snipe side, getting 2 down already.
I mean, yeah, that chip damage just goes insane. You have the Bucky, you have the Burst Bomb, you have the S-Blast, you have the Fizzy, and you have the Tri-Slosher. Yeah, those 3 weapons can just cause so much chip damage that 52, as you see right here, can just come up and try to get a pick here on the... I really get a pick, looking for another one, not quite able to get it just yet, but Benny Vici are able to recapture the lead, and the 52 just staying alive for as long as humanly possible, able to back out and get a kill on top of that. Add a little insult onto injury. There's a core coming out as well, and Benny Vici looking to get a really, really good hold here, as Expanding Force, that clock is ticking. You have to get at least close to mid if possible.
But basically, everything right now, they're not getting to mid at all. We saw the 52 guys just having fun right there. But we're seeing right now for Expanded Force, as we're going to be seeing from the top 9 camp, that we're going to be seeing them hopefully trying the best to actually bring them back. But we do see a crowd come out, but because Santo actually getting a double kill right there, getting a wipeout help, there is enough time. They're all back at spawn for the side of Benny Vici.
Yeah, just in the nick of time, 1 tick remaining. Now the Expanding Force has a mountain to climb. If they do want to get back a rain on the plat or snipe, they're able to at least clear it out for just a second. But these trades that are happening for Expanding Force are very helpful, yes, but if you keep on trading, it's not gonna allow you to get a good hold, because Veni Vidi Vici will eventually get a cooler like we see right there and just push forward with this aggression that you know that they're able to. Pro Devil popping the Booyah Bomb on that stack, making sure to clear it up before they go for the zone, but Expanding Force not missing a beat, able to paint it up. One gonna go down, nice snipe or nice kill there, but it's not gonna mean a whole lot because the rest of the team's going down as well, and Veni Vidi Vici just kind of brute force their way through to that zone.
Yeah, honestly, that was a good whipsaw of what happened, but that, unfortunately, that was only a single though, because they were in 2v1 scenario. So I was thinking for Veni Vidi Vici again, we're going to see the 52 not going special, but literally for the side of the S-Pass, they got the lucky shot, and they got double shots right there, because Pro Devil actually getting the long range shot instead of the short range shot because they were jumping. That's the gimmick about the S-Pass, by the way. I'm going to be seeing them go ahead even more, but actually staying the base of Expanding Force. This might be a little bit GG, and they're doing security of the yeah, you know, the Tri-Cyclone zone, but they get Zuka double. So that's going to be a massive shift as well, because the Tri-Saucer is going to be the last one alive, and the back has spawned too.
Yeah, I think Santo got a flank, got a triple kill with that Zuka, giving their team an opportunity to get in here. We're gonna see they're gonna try to do that, but unfortunately Zachariah is gonna go down, so no crab for Santo. Looking to clean up the kill, not quite able to do it eventually, but going down in a trade. Veni Vidi Vici are still gonna be here, gonna be fighting 52, able to get a pick, looking for even more damage, and they are able to once again very quickly get the zone. But I think now they can be a bit more aware of flanks that you see right there. Santo getting 1, getting 2, getting 3. Never mind, Santo just popping off, trying to keep their team in this for as long as possible. Another Zuka coming out, not quite getting any picks, but these flanks from Santo are very deadly. If you're Veni Vidi Vici, you gotta be more aware of those.
Honestly, the thing is though, even though Santo has a lot of sneaks, we do see at the same time that the Pro Devil is the one that's sneaking. Even Filano was the one sneaking as well too, as you see right there. But Santo, because they are a current player, they were able to sort that out immediately because they know where the flank spots are, so they know how to counter it. But I'm just seeing right now with Expanded Force, we do see Bushon, we're holding on with the, you know, the splash. They're going to be doing the touch match to literally just explode them out of the way, but this is enough time for a comeback as well, because there's no special on the side of Vidi Vidi Vici at all.
Yeah, that's it. 3, 2, 1, no specials. Bucket's gonna go down at the end there, and Expanding Force, despite going down, I believe it was like 70-something to 1, they fought back, they held off the all-out aggression from Veni Vidi Vici and managed to win game number 2. They're gonna expect it, I would say.
It was like 78 to 1, fire enough, and they held it all the way with the penalty as well. So technically, they started at 100 once again. So, literally because of that scenario, Veni Vidi Vici, we can see that we saw them in a big rectangle map, and well, no, okay, it's a Tetris piece. We saw them with a plus shape, which is not a Tetris piece in the regular game, but in like a mixed up version, like the V version. We saw them having a plus shape, or in Tetris Effect, there was a plus shape too. But that's the thing. Plus shape can have 100% with the Reef Slider. They didn't have it this time. But now with Robo Robin, they have the eyepiece again. We're going to see the Reef Slider again, most likely, Topic.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, especially on the map like this, where not only can you get zoned pretty easily, you can pretty effectively get to like the court area of the opposing team with their Reef Slider, kind of make sure that they cannot move forward, because getting ramp here or that entrance to zone is possibly the most important thing on this map. If you're able to hold that and keep your enemies at a distance, that clock can just milk, because, you know, you do of course have that far right side that you have to worry about on the defensive front, but of course they're at low ground, so you can very easily spot them, call them out, and get the pick. So I think for both these teams, keeping your ramp secure is like the top goal here.
Mm-hmm. The ramp is going to be the main two where everyone is going to be looking for, but the main thing is, if you look at Santo real quick for Expanded Force, remember, the last game they had a lot of sneaks. This place, again, there's going to be a lot of sneaks, but in the weird position where you won't know about, because since the ramp area is going to be most contested, on zones, there is the little bit of the right path underneath. right nearby the window. So technically, for Santos, you can actually just burst from them to get them into zone and then just get a double right there. That is what Santos might be planning if you were thinking about face banning for it. But for Vici, once again, if they have the Reef Slider, that's going to be an instant cap on zone. But at the same time, too, they have range again because they bring back the Dreadbringer. But for everyone else for expanding force, the Brush Mommy most likely is going to be skipping with the same splash. We're going to be seeing from Sakurai and Statue the same weapons too. So we're going to be seeing the Stamper and we're going to be seeing the E-Leader again. Which is a shocker actually as well, that the Stage 2 player is kind of what?
Okay. Long Rapid Deco with Whale, with Angle Shooter Whale. Not what I was expecting, and we're going to see Brush.
Exactly like DC.
Oh, DC? Oh, well. Anticlimactic. Yeah, but very interesting. Going with the Long Rapid Deco, and going with, I believe we saw inside of Expanding Force with the normal
Pencil.
splash. Yeah, normal splash instead of the rusted splash. So
And pencil.
yeah, and pencil for their cooler option. But yeah, very interesting. I mean, I can see why you would go the long rapid, mainly because you can hit the snipe area from like that glass area pretty effectively and clear that out. So that makes sense. But you know what? I just want to see what they were cooking up with.
Honestly, I think for Expanding Force, wait, their player avatar did show when they spawned in, right? They just DC the second after. So because of that ruling, they had to stick the same weapons. If they were memeing, they can't change it to weapons. They have to stay with their weapons if that would happen. Which I think did. So we are going to be seeing from Spanish Force the pencil, the splash, and the carbon roller still from Santa, which is the regular carbon roller again, and the fourth is
the Stamper Neo.
The Stamper Neo. Yeah, the Nouveau. So it's going to be still the Booyah Bomb. So Expanding Force, if they're going to be using the crab, they want to stay on snipe, which is going to be getting protected by Santos. But for Benny Vici, them going with the rapid, that's gonna be Killer Whale, I think.
Hold on. They ran the Nouveau one, right? That means they have double crab.
Double crab.
Because if they stick with normal splash, that's crab. And they went with Nouveau Stamper last two, and I expect them to stay with that. So they'd be running double crab, Zuka, cooler. I mean, I can see it. I can kind of see it. You use one crab to like force your way in that ramp area, and then once you get control, you can get on enemy snipe or get on the glass area and then use a second crab. But I think the real issue is, can you get in? I think that's like the biggest problem, because with a weapon like that Rapid Pro Deco, they can pop whale, and I don't say your crab is nullified, but like, it's a lot less effective since you're kind of forced to be in ball form almost the entire time.
Well, topic, here's the thing. You see the time, right? You see the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know about the DC rules or the timeout rules more or less right now? That's happening right now? Okay, never mind. So what happened with the play that DC'd is they had an internet blip. So, you know, when your internet is okay at times and then it just does die randomly, that's what happened to the player. So they're coming back, but because of the internet blip, that might be giving them a little bit of the shakes, because they don't know what's going to go on for the rest of the save, that might happen again or not. But the main thing is, though, like you said, with the double crab, that's going to be interesting if they're going to stay into mid. They want to secure the mid. That's mostly the main thing for sure.
Yeah, I think because you have to be at least a little bit careful, but we're going to see as both these teams are ready. It looks like Veni Vidi Vici is sticking with what they had, and for Expanding Force, yep, same thing. Yeah, I was right, double crab, so you know what, we're going to see what they go with here, how they're able to use this to their advantage.
That's kind of crazy that the Booyah is not here either, honestly. But they might not want not to hit the Vomit. That might be the reason why, because they can hit the Vomit, so they don't want to go for the Booyah because it doesn't hit the zone actually. But we do see a headache coming from Benny B the Beach as well. That's gonna be a main difference here. But the Rapid going down immediately. This first grab going to come out. The second grab is somewhere. Most likely died. But we're going to be seeing the Dreadbringer soon enough going to be popping the foot of Instacap. But Santo actually getting a double, denying it, and almost getting a triple because. But literally because of Zekrom, I think that's Zekrom or Zakari, they actually canceled it.
Zachary.
Okay.
Yeah, Zachary. Yeah, you see right there, Zachary getting in, real side of the hand. No whale. They want him out of there, and they gotta just throw everything in the kitchen sink at him. Why don't you? And Benevice able to get at least another kill here, looking to get the zone. But you see, Expanding Force just holding on, backing up a little bit at a time, but not giving up too much. Santo trying to go in there, gonna be spot out, gonna jump out. You see on the other side, actually, the Dreadringer just going all out on the other side of ramp, getting able to force a jump out as well. So it looks like Benevice again, like we've seen for the last couple games, they're able to force their ways in really, really effectively. And like I was saying earlier, using that whale to say, hey, you don't get to play the game with your crab anymore.
But honestly, like you said earlier, but everything in the kitchen sink, that was literally everything in the kitchen sink, because literally, when they got out of the crab, they got, well, when they dropped, they instantly get sniped because of the suction bomb, which is an insta-kill funny enough. So, literally, in that scenario, we get to see Benevice getting a second wave suddenly come back to actually get all the way into the zone and actually secure it. But as you're seeing, go and see right now as well, two down inside the Expanded Force. Because of the accuracy they had from the first game, we're going to try to show it up again, but with no specials on play on either side. But it's going to be coming really soon with the crab coming up first. They're going to be trying to go to snipe to go all the way there. But where is Santos? That's the main question right now.
That's the main question here. We're going to see the crab going to be popped on the ramp, trying to get something going here. Santo in front, going to be called out and seen. Nice shot there by the Rapid, able to get one. Zuka coming out as well, not quite getting picks there, but looks like that might be all she wrote. The crab's going to expire. One is going to go down on the zone, and Benevice gets in the zone, holds on, and will fend off Expanding Force as they will win the set 2-1.
Unfortunately, from the weapon comp advantage, they got AoE'd. That's really just the unfortunate thing. They got AoE'd. At the end there, literally we saw just the whole side of Benevice, especially for Pro Devil, and especially for the pencil player as well too. They were just having their advantage of GKK.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, okay, there we go. But yeah, we saw that for Benevice, they got AoE advantage. We saw the S-Flash just having fun. We saw S-Flash getting a double and an assist because all of the other weapons really were there just farming subs. That's what they were doing the entire time. The Suction Bomb most likely got a long range kill because Suction Bombs are Suction Bombs. They can do whatever they want. But the main thing at the end that was questionable though was Santos was not sneaking. They were with the team in the entire time waiting for the Zuga to play it out at the end instead of them actually having a chance to sneak and actually going for like a triple there and then they go in. That was interesting because the ramp was getting pushed up a lot there.
Well, you also have to take into consideration that the time aspect of it, like maybe, you know, the time was of course still ticking. So there was also the opportunity that if they took too long or they got caught out, then that timer would just keep on going and going and they would lose eventually. So I can see why they would sneak. I can also see why they wouldn't go for it, because it's a big risk you're taking because you're kind of relying on your team to hold out in a 3v4 instead of a 4v4, which unfortunately Expanding Force just kind of lost there.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess that's mostly correct. Honestly, like it's either gonna be the 3v4, but you had the weapons that can paint, but the only weapons that can't paint was going to be the other side. And also, we're going to see a live about the overlay being updated. Okay, there we go. We get off that, but we're gonna be seeing Paris and Lufus. I swear to God, call them PSG, versus no idea for Nate. You know what? Topic. What should we call them?
Let's see. I'm trying to think of something I could call
Pins.
them. Nins. No, Nins. No ideas. Name. Sorry. Nins.
No. We can call them Pins.
No. I'm calling them Nins.
Wow. Okay. Pit. pinnings. Let's call it pinnings. It's good. It's good. Let's call them pinnings because
maybe I don't know.
The reason why is because it's Chika, but Chika Slasher Noswit and Sakala, who, well, I think I'm saying that wrong, but I'm gonna call him Kala. So those four are P, S, N, and I. So pins.
You also have Snip. You call him Snip. That'd be funny.
Yeah, we can go Snips.
Yeah, Snips.
Yeah.
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 There's highly a chance that we're still alive, so yeah, we'll call them the Snips. That's gonna be the name. That's gonna be changed after CKK does gradually work on the overlay, changing on the maps to zones. On. Yep.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go. So. There we go. We got Snips, and the overlay should be refreshed now. So if you could maybe look at the maps, there we go. Particle and Dime, Mobile Bombing, Inkfly, Art Camry. We're going to see Game 2 again, all over again.
Yeah. I mean, Robo Ramen. It's the map of all time. I will say, it's definitely like out of the Splatoon 3 new maps. It's definitely one of them. I will say. No real thoughts about it. It's just like. It works. Nothing else to say about it.
You know what could work too?
What?
Sturgeon Shipyard.
Yes, bring back Sturgeon. Please bring back Sturgeon.
Literally, and the funny thing is...
As a Sturgeon enjoyer, please bring back Sturgeon.
And the funniest thing too, because on Wednesday, it was Golden Pounding Pool. Guess what was on Game 5 of Semis?
Sturgeon. Yes.
And that was content. And there was haters, but that was content. So... Yes, Sturgeon can do whatever it wants. It could be really a stand side, but if it gets two top teams like Paris Crucifix, Paris Saint Crucifix. It's a soccer team. It's a soccer team. That's all we can say.
It's Paris Saint Germain, but they changed it to Gloofus. I'm just calling them PSG for short.
Yeah, that's what everyone does. Everyone calls them PSG, but I think that's a soccer team. But anyways, Sturgeon.
It is a soccer team.
Yeah, but anyway, Sturgeon. So the main thing about Sturgeon, it can do whatever it wants. But PSG being a high-level European side, if you do see no need for aka Snips, we're going to be seeing again Chikai, Slasher, Noswin, and Kala. That's mostly what's the name cheat, but Slasher and Chika, that is the main two that are looking at the roster that have been here for a long time before. So most likely Slasher's going to be playing Stamper. Okay, that's the namesake, or what's a Hyperstar? I think that was Hyperstar. Anyways, but yeah, we're going to be seeing Chika from PXG, recognizable name. They will be mostly playing the aggro side, or they might be playing snipers, like who knows, it's a pickup. But for Particle and Time first topic, what do you think will happen?
Well, I think they're going to play the game.
Okay, you think they're going to play the game, but still, what do you think is going to happen because of the map style? Because it's a block in the middle. That you can't do reef cheese. Can you do reef cheese on it? I think so. You can't? Okay, so you get 75? You get 75 again?
Yeah, because the block will always cover, like, at least part... Because, like, it's positioned, like, diagonally, so, like, you can't get the zone all in one shot. You can neutralize it pretty effectively, but you can't, like, capture it solely with the reef slider.
So it's an S-Space then? That's what it is.
Yeah, we'll see. But both these teams are ready to go as Splash Bucket, not from one side, from the other side. We're going to see another bucket, a mini Splatling from Snips there. Very interesting indeed. Not something you see very often, but, you know, I'm here for it. Of course, other than that, pretty standard all around. Other than that, double Splatling from PSG. It's not something you see very often because, you know, usually you only really see two Splatling players, like, playing together a whole lot. But, you know what? I'm here for it.
But we're gonna be seeing right now though with the hammer going for the double. This is why they picked mini Splatling, because they are comfortable with the hammer, but also in general, they're going to get a lot of output painted compared to the knowledge itself, as we're going to be seeing on the side of PSG. But they merely get eliminated though. I'm going to be seeing as well the Sachi going to be coming up for support. The main thing right now we're going to be seeing from PSG is just them trying to get off kills to just secure the mid area and trying to get their own map, but they are so backed up that they're playing super defensive. With that tri-strike, actually, that was so close to getting a snipe, but that bomb sniped them instead on the side of this Slasher. Yeah.
Yeah, Knight able to get a pick there. We're gonna see the bucket trying to advance for PSG, not quite able to do it. Zonzi neutralized again, but Snips does have a lot of members up 2v4 situation. You see how fast they're able to move. Two members going down once again, 1-for-1 trade on the side of Snips. PSG able to get one, able to get another one, but not quite able to get a whole lot. PSG able to get a wipeout and get to zone. You see Popstar in the middle there with the bucket, able to get it just in time to keep the lead. Now, can PSG get any further is the real question here, because Snips, they're already back in action. You see a Zipcaster at the ready, but unfortunately 2 members are going down, 3 members are going down. Look how quickly everything has changed. In a matter of 30 seconds, Snips went from being the ones aggressing to the ones who has to be have the ones being pushed back here.
Really, the main reason why is because if you know Barcode Dime is a little bit of a snowballing map. So because they got the wipe down really early, that's why this happened. Now we can see them just scrambling to try to go for special to go all the way in. Because Shiva actually helped with the Sauce to get a double, but again, in a 2v1 trade, that's not really worth it, as we're going to see 3,000 as well for the side of Snips. We're saying for PSG, just a slosher, and it's just a slosher in the head in. You're doing really good positioning to stay alive. They're staying back and they're getting specials to grinding out the specials so that Snips doesn't stay alive to get actually to the ramp at all.
Yeah, you see how well they're covering that plat area, make sure they can't get to. Unfortunately, looks like their defense or their offensive siege will break as Snips is able to get back in the zone, and now they're able to at least start their advance here. One going down, looking for another one, not quite able to get it, forced it back away. You see the strikes at the ready, strikes plus hammer, so a lot of damage can be done here if PSG makes the wrong steps. You see the bucket and the Splatana just making sure that snipe is completely covered in their color, making sure that they can't use that to advantage. Getting one down, Pops are going down, no strikes are going to be there for PSG as Snips just holding on to this to this core area as best as they can. The bucket just going crazy, able to get one, but it's not gonna mean a whole lot because PSG, despite all the chaos, they're able to at least get around this offensive siege and able to get at least a penalty on Snips.
Yeah, but I would say for PSG with 3 down right now, the snowball effect will go to the other side now with Shiva actually getting enough time to go for that spread and getting the mini spotted to get a kill, which is a really RNG chance at the same time while they're getting paid. So I'm just seeing in the snowball effect for them now, for Snips. We're going to be seeing the hammer being safe. They're waiting for the knowledge to come in most likely. They're waiting for the knowledge to come in too, but we saw the Stamper come in and try to go for a hyper dive aggro comp against the S5, which they do, but because of the Tri-Side still being alive, they need to try to fight to pay it out, but they do, for PSG side, they do get paid, but they give a penalty for Snips.
Yeah, penalty will be achieved for Snips as PSG trying to get a little bit more for the use of that S-Blast, able to get a trade on one, getting a lot of fights have been happening, especially on these plat areas. So we've seen both these teams are both advancing past the zone and able to get on plat and just get a whole lot of space. And another really big part of this map are the streets. You see right there, the bucket and S-Blast are just making sure that this street is as taken care of as possible. Hammer though, not gonna do a whole lot there as it's gonna go down, trying to get even more in that zone. 40 seconds remaining in this game. If you're PSG, you're looking to hold on. If you're Snips, looking to get a way, and you see them trying to go for the plat. S-Blast just is at the rate to counteract that. Both the strikes and Cooler coming out, not quite able to recapture. Splasher in the back, trying to get something going here. Able to get picked on the zone. Picks everywhere, but it will not matter. PSG will hold on from the all-out offensive from Snips, and that will do it for game number 1. Very back and forth.
Yeah, very back and forth for game number 1, but again, honestly, the main thing about this map though, that it doesn't make this like kind of nice, is just, again, the map is snowbally. We saw for the side of PSG that they got a snowball at the start, and then for Snips, they were able to get it back for time to time, but once you were in that snowball, it's hard to get out of it. And we saw it every single time that PSG, they had a snowball, but there was a reason why they got a snowball. It's because we saw the difference of PSG and Snips right there in the game. And for most of the time, as I said at the end of the game, Snips were running a hyperdrive Stamper. And if you saw it during the whole game, they have a hyperdrive kind of calm because they were just going all at it. They didn't hold back at all like PSG did. PSG had the mini spotting, had the headed, and had the slosher at the back every single time playing defensive. For Snips, they didn't want to do that. So it was basically a double of the coin, a side of a coin. Which one do you want to go for? Super defensive is a super aggro. And in that map, that's where defensive states your matter. But for Snips, for game 2 going to Ramen, this is where we're going to be seeing the hyperdrive actually help a little bit more, because you can lock them out this time, and there's not a lot of space from the base to the zone compared to Barnacle and Dive.
Yeah, I mean, I could see like having a very aggressive comp here work really well, especially if we see that slasher, I believe, on Snips there for yes, slasher on Snips being a lot more aggressive, since with this map you can get to the base relatively easily. So it is, in my opinion, a lot easier to lock out on this map instead of Barnacle and Dime, because with Verbal Ramen, you only have like one real entryway, and it's like straight through. Yes, you have that drop, but then again, like I said earlier, you're at such a massive height disadvantage that sometimes it might not even be worth it. But hold on, is that the Inkjet L3? Yes, it is. Very interesting from side of PSG. You know what? I'm here for it.
Honestly, it makes sense because Glash does play that weapon. So Glash plays it like a lot of the times, and mostly that's going to be like a second substitute, but they want to change it for fun.
Ooh.
And most likely we're seeing it out right now why they're playing it for fun, because Inkjets are kind of
Okay.
crazy. So I'm going to see them get double, but not a triple, because we're seeing with that PSG actually playing super aggro now compared to Snips, because they don't have any kind of space at all. We're seeing PSG holding on. Okay, they get snapped immediately when I was about to say that. That's a Casicus right there. We're going to be seeing for PSG actually just holding onto the platform, playing the hyper-type comp with Snips tried to do last game.
Yeah, you see PSG is making sure that no one's trying to flank, and you see Snip trying to force their way forward, inching ever closer. Slasher popping the Zipcaster, able to get one. Unfortunate jump in there, able to get two, but it is going to be worth it though, as they are going to go down here, and PSG are just holding on. There, the strikes coming out for Snip, trying to at least neutralize the zone. Not quite neutralize it just yet, as the score is still going down. Minions going to drop. They're going to go down as well. Another one going down. No cooler for Snips. Is going to be there. 2v2 now for both sides. Cooler's coming out for PSG. You see Slasher in zone. They're going to go down. 10 seconds remaining in this game. Looks like this might be 100-0. Snips still trying to do what they can to fight back. 4v4 in the zone. One's going to go down for PSG. Looking for even more. 1v1, 2-for-2, or 2-for-1. Slasher coming in with the Zipcaster. Not quite able to do it. Going to be wiped out with a nice 90-degree from the bucket. And PSG, no holds bar, got the belts out and said, we are winning this. We don't care who's in front of us, with a very, very quick, very solid 100-0.
Yeah, and here we go again. This is what we saw from the PSG, which we saw actually every single time we saw them play, is that PSG had the hyper aggro, but at the same time they had defense. PSG had the headed and the slasher as they stayed back the entire time to grind specials again, while the other team were just having fun at it trying to go for kills. Well, for Snips, they didn't expect that for the first time. They expected all of them to go in, and they all went in, and they all won. But for Snips, they unfortunately lost all the 1v1s, and they got always into 2v1 every single time. So literally in that scenario, we see for the side of PSG, they were able to just split their ends and split the duties that they have to do with 2 aggros and 2 supports, or 2 objective players, which is really good to have in zones. And they just won it like that. No snowball or anything. They just had good aggressiveness, good gameplay right there.
Yeah, very, very good aggressiveness. PSG just got the belts out. They say, hey, we're ending this. That's exactly what we did. Snips, unfortunately, they just got locked out. That's what happens on ramen sometimes. But unfortunately, that will be putting them in the losers bracket. So their run is not over yet. PSG moving on to winners quarterfinals. So with that, that'll be it for round number 2. But don't go in there, because we'll be right back with more Triton-Cup after this short break.
Okay, this is way.
Yeah, I got that, but yeah, yeah, I get yeah, I get yeah, I get yeah, I got that, but yeah, yeah, I get yeah, I get yeah, I get yeah, I got that, but yeah, find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too?
Hi, welcome back to Aquack versus Skrook. Yes. Welcome back to Triton-Cup. Welcome back to Triton-Cup. So, yeah, we have Ak and Quack versus Skrook, aka SQC. I don't know why it's just like it's just funny, but that's just an acronym for something. Most likely, it might be for like a team, like maybe like a football team or like a song, because that's how Splatoon players mostly go for it. But yeah, the first one, that is definitely most likely a Roblox. Is that a Roblox profile picture? I think that might be a Roblox profile picture. But anyways, we're gonna be seeing Bronco Time Robobomb and Imply again.
I doubt it. I doubt it. There's no there's yup.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay,
yeah. First off, it's best of 5, so it's at least 5. And at least from what Senderq's reporting, game 1 is gonna be on Museum di Alfonsino.
Hey, you like Ocean on Pass?
What was that?
You like Ocean on the Pass?
Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna be game 2.
Hell yeah. Alright, but we're getting straight into it. Was that a range? Okay, we're not getting straight into it as one person is going ghost.
Oh
boy.
Hey,
wow.
Look, 2 hammerheads.
This is a you know
hammerhead W. Honestly,
this can't be right. This cannot be right.
No, honestly, being so real, if you want Surgeon back, we get Hammerhead back. Because honestly,
no.
Okay.
No.
Why?
Because Sturgeon is base, Hammerhead is not. Simple.
Okay, well, if everyone likes to play Mahi, this Hammerhead technically just kind of like Mahi.
No.
But it's just more like Inkplot. Okay, it's more like Inkplot. That's what it is. More like Inkplot. Okay, there we go.
Nope.
How?
Nope.
It's like, okay, so Hammerhead's map design is like if you have the Inkblot tower in mid that everyone hates with the size of the Mahi zone.
Nope.
The map is the same size as the Mahi zone as well too. It's small. So like,
no, it's not.
Okay, it's an actual square.
No, it's not.
It is an actual. What?
It's a rectangle.
How do? Whoa! It's a square.
It's a rectangle.
Okay. I'm just getting up right now. Hold on a second.
I'm telling you, it's a rectangle.
It's a square, dude.
No, it's a rectangle.
It's a square.
Nope, I'm pretty sure it's a rectangle.
Okay, we're talking about Hammerhead Bridge on Splat Zones. I'm sending you the screenshot in chat. But anyways, we're going to be seeing when they come back. It's a square.
It's a rectangle.
Wait,
it's a rectangle.
Okay, if you can put this in chat, if you put it on stream, if you can see the screenshot and just put it on your OBS, if you're not busy, say, is that a square or a rectangle?
It's a rectangle.
We need chat. We need chat decision.
It's a rectangle.
The photo that I put in voice text, is that a square or is that a rectangle?
I'm telling you, it's a rectangle.
It's a freaking square. It's a square,
rectangle.
Dude.
It's a rectangle.
Square.
It's a rectangle.
It's a square.
But it's a rectangle too.
Museum zones is a square. It's a rectangle. We see. Well,
so is
is a
Hammerhead.
rectangle.
So is Hammerhead. It's a rectangle. It's a rectangle.
Oh my god. Anyways, we're gonna be going straight into Hack and Crack for the SQC with a rectangle zone. We're gonna be seeing a range blaster. Okay, seeing 52 gal. We're seeing Stamper. And we're going to be seeing Pencil. Also, we're seeing Pencil, we're seeing Splash, we're seeing another rapid range blaster Deco this time, and also a Decal and Stamper, the Booyah Stamper. Oh no, yeah, that is Booyah Stamper.
Yeah, it's Booyah Stamper. Yeah, I'm very interested. Both these teams going with a range blaster plus Stamper. I mean, that chip damage from range plus the Stamper does do a lot of damage. You do have, of course, on SQC, the use of Splash as well to help with those Booyah Bombs, or Burst Mode, I should say. Let's see what's that going to do. But so far, it's going to be a fight in mid. SQC will get the first hold here, but not a very secure one, as you see Ak and Croc are able to at least neutralize it and get it really, really quickly here.
Yeah, as you're going to be seeing is right now, you would see recognize the name of Akakroc as well. You see the EYG tag. You see other tags as well that actually doesn't even familiar name-wise. But we're going to be seeing right now with the Splash actually having a crowd ready. You're going to be playing for defense on top, but we're going to be also seeing as well for Berlin, aka the Battle Blaster. They're going to be holding on top with Sisyphus on 52 gal, getting a solo right there, but having good defense with the 52 gal actually running the special as well. So they're going to be holding up and going all the way to the spinner.
Yeah, able to get to spinner, getting on the plat is really, really big here. If Auchencroc can get a good hold here and make sure they can't go, unfortunately, the Zipcaster will get canceled out immediately. 2 members down for Auchencroc here. As SQC able to fight back in his own. Kraken's going to be popped to at least scare people off. One's going to go down, but you see top mid, not anymore. You don't see him anymore. The Stamper was just holding on, making sure to get something going. They're not quite able to get a whole lot, but it looks like that will be the end of that push for Auchencroc and SQC. With the cooler, this is really dangerous for Auchencroc because if they're able to get a really, really good hold here, this could be lead plus a little bit extra. But Auchencroc is still fighting back really hard.
Akakroc is just really fun to say, honestly, if you think about it. Honestly. Yeah. But as we're going to be seeing right now with Akakroc anyways, I'm going to get a little bit of fun with the Rapid Blaster on the left side and pit. I think we're seeing as well that they're going to go for right side there and getting more fun as you're going to get like a double right there soon enough as we're seeing from the Rapid Blaster. But the range blaster. Sorry, it's going to be the range blaster that they always had fun, but they got eliminated because their Wave Daughter and now the Stamp got eliminated on SQC. So, as we're going to be seeing now for Auchencroc, we're going to be seeing them move up once again. They're going to be trying to kill off Splash as much as possible, but no, they get killed up again because Splash actually wins in the blaster fight.
Looks both these teams, you see they're doing a really good job, or at least trying a really good job of getting onto the plat. If you get on the plat, you can get a really, really nice hold here, but it looks like Auchencroc will win that fight in mid and try to do once again get onto the plat. You see they have a Zipcaster ready. You see that the pencil will be there as well, along with the range blaster, just putting up so much pressure on that plat. We're going to see them watching at least for drops. No one's going to be there. You said going for the Zipcaster, a very, very long flank on the Crab is going to go down. Looking for one more, able to get a 2v3 situation in zone here. You see top mid is going to be that Stamper and that Blaster just going ringing around the Rosie, staying alive for as long as possible. Another trade going out there, but looks like no one's going to be there. The Splash was last, but not able to get in the zone, and that will do it. Auchencroc are able to hold on despite getting wiped out and win game number 1.
One thing to know as well for the side of Auchencroc is that they got 80'd. Well, not Auchencroc. For SQC, they got 80'd actually on the zone at the end. But you see, like, the zone was like almost there, but because of seconds, milliseconds, they weren't able to cap the zone. So, I don't know for SQC, but they knew it was close. But for Auchencroc, they know that they have competition now. But as we're going to move on to a more weird mode again with Urgent Underpass, this is going to be most likely picked on the side of Auchencroc. Yep, this was. So, this is the advantage. It's because, like some people would notice, Black Lotus. Some people on there were on Black Lotus before. So, they know about these weird maps. Like Free Flow. They are one of the teams that play the weird maps, they practice the weird maps so they can counterpick them. So, like we saw in SWS. So, this is why they're going to be comfortable going to those maps. But after that, we're going to go to a usual best of 3 where we see in every tournament. But these first 2 maps were really to show off of what these teams can do in a weird setting, which we saw for game 1. That for SQC, they can battle against Auchencroc in the weird maps, but can they do it again this time and actually win?
Well, I would argue that museum zones at the very least isn't that weird of a pick. Yes, it's not the most conventional pick like a Mahi, like a Mako, like these other ones, but it is like a lot more standard because you do play museum and other, like you mainly play it in Clan Blitz and sometimes Rainmaker, I would say.
Mostly Rainmaker.
Yeah, like Rainmaker and Clan Blitz are like the 2 that I can think of. So even if you don't play zones specifically, it's still like very common and very well known. But hold on, wait a second, hold the phone. Is that Dapple Dualies? Not the nouveau ones, not the new ones, the vanilla Dapple Dualies. You know what? Again, wacky stuff, I'm here for it.
It's really because it's a small map, and surprisingly, Dapple, like the red Dapples, or just Dapples in general, they have been getting a little bit of an upbringing, honestly. So it's really nice to see them come back again. But in general, though, we are going to be seeing at least as much as possible for the side of Aquacroc if they can actually lead onto it, as you're going to be seeing them get to lead first. But as you're going to be seeing as well for SQC, they are going to be taking a little bit of a break right now, as they're going to be waiting for specials from the Splash, who has Splash Neo, by the way, this time. Not the regular Splash, but the crab. We're going to be seeing as well with the Bot Blaster, they changed from Main Blaster to Custom Blaster, so you have Splash down. Also bad as DCing.
Oh, yeah, there might be a DC there with the Dapple just standing still. Maybe? Both the teams are still fighting out. No DC is on the board just yet. It looks like Auchenkrok not quite able to capture the zone just yet. SQC gonna flip it, gonna still capture the zone. Maybe just a little blip there you were talking about earlier. But yeah, looks like the game's just fine there. Auchenkrok with the cooler are gonna push up here on this area here by the pillow. So this is a very, very hard part, I will say, because that little like jungle gym area, as I like to call it so eloquently, is like kind of hard to kind of deal with, since, well, not apparently here, because all these ledges are very, very good for the opposing team to kind of hide behind.
Yep, and also, we're not going to be mentioning names. This is an NA. This is usually just a Splatoon name moment, by the way. So, we're not going to mention those. We're going to be mentioning the weapons that we've seen that Tri-Strike actually come out on the Splash Neo. But we're going to be seeing the decap actually holding on as well, because they have a bubble. They're going to be waiting for them to drop on the right side. And really what we're seeing right now, though, they're waiting to mid. That bubble should come out. Oh, wait, didn't get killed. That's going to be helpful for them, but they get killed after, though. But the blast is still going to be there. So, literally because for the standpoint right there, too, that since they get killed off, we're going to be seeing Aquacroc going for the zone again.
Yeah, able to go to the zone for 10 seconds remaining. SQC going to go another member down. The Blue Bombs will come out for the Stamper, but it'll be a little too late. And Auchenkrok, despite a very back and forth game one, just put pedal to the metal. They got the kills they needed, and they will win game two. And I believe was like not quite 100-0, but like very, very, very close to one.
95-0, honestly. Close enough.
Yeah.
Again, this is what the weird map stuff I was talking about. For game one, like, yeah, you did say that the map was always used in like Waymaker and Clampless, so that's why they have some knowledge to make it good. But for Turn on the Pass, Auchenkrok, this is a weird map that never gets played in a tournament. So for Auchenkrok, since they know about the map, they know how to play it up and they know how to succeed in it. But now we're going to basically invest it to be like, honestly, at this point, if you just take out Urchin on the pass, and they take out Museum, it doesn't matter. This is the main best of three that matters for both sides, because SQC can immediately just take this back because they know the map modes. Everyone knows about the map modes in Splash Zones. It's just a matter of who has better aggressiveness this time instead of map knowledge.
I mean, we're gonna see. We're gonna make a mark here. I think Auchenkrok are still gonna be really fine here, because you saw how they did on Museum, a kind of more standard map that is seen. I think they're gonna do just fine. I think SQC will have not a better fighting chance, but they will, I feel, play a whole lot better, because like you said, Urchin Underpass, kind of that weird wonky map, not seen a whole lot. I think the only modes I've seen it on is like zones and like tower, like once or twice, so it's like not very well played. So maybe a more standard will be just what they need to turn this around and possibly get a reverse sweep.
If you're saying tower, you saw it at Big Dapple, didn't you?
Most likely.
Okay, then that's understandable, because no one plays on tower. We saw it in tower on Splatoon 1, but that was still like pretty bad. Maybe it was like for Splatoon 1, because you started to go for the left side, but honestly, Clampless, we never saw Clampless because that was a Splatoon 1 map, not Splatoon 2 map, or Splatoon 3 map until now. But anyways, we're going to be seeing now on to a shopping mall. Not a shopping mall, we're going to store, we're going to IKEA, we're going to be seeing some IKEA-ish weapons. We're going to be seeing the range blaster coming in just to get from the top shelf. We're going to be seeing some decaf, we're going to see some 52, we're seeing a pencil, we're seeing more pencil, we're seeing more custom blast, we're seeing more of the sticker stamper, and we're going to be seeing the splash again.
I mean, yeah, I think we're just going back to game number one, what these teams had, other than the decaf being brought out. You see, just going straight for that crab, just relentlessly going after it, going to get that kill. And SQC very quickly going 3 members down. Never mind, getting wiped out. Hawk and Croc, despite being, like you said, on the more standard map, are not skipping a beat as they're able to really quickly get a wipeout and just get far up and get control, especially of that plat and freezer area.
Top shot moment, honestly, as we can see right now, because we saw one of them go down, but the blaster on the side SQC is still staying alive. But we see for Clock, all 4 of them are still alive. They're having an AoE advantage with the blaster. They have no buts about it because they can really do anything right now. But the Kraken actually getting eliminated right on the spawn because of the little bit of respawn rate they need before he can go in. As you see, finally for SQC, they have a Kraken in, but still, Clock still had to whole snipe just in play, and the Pencil just in the perfect positioning too.
Yeah, we're gonna see SQC with their last efforts. The Pencil trying to paint over his zone. The Booyah Bomb as well. Another one's gonna go down, neutralized here. You see the Stamper in zone gonna go down as well. Jumper gonna go down once again. A Pity Bomb at the end to make it look a little bit better, but it won't matter that much because Croc, they got the belts out and they will win very, very convincingly a actual 100-0 and move on to winners semis.
Yeah, winners semis where they actually have the game already on spot. So they're gonna be swapping over really quickly using their same pool again. But again, they're in general for the games. We see for game 1 and game 3. Okay, well, we see for game 1 and game 3 that game 1 was a usual map, but a different mode. For game 3, it's the usual map mode combo. So, Clock, again, having so much advantage with the top level side, they will be using their advantage. And they did, because of knowledge, and because of hyper aggro of what they have. They just used it to go all the way, and they did.
Yeah, they did go all the way. 3L SQC going down losers, but your run is not over. But with that, that'll be it for us for now for round number 3. But don't go in it because we'll be back in a couple minutes.
Every time you come back, it's like falling down these lies again. This feeling that I have deep down inside. I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time. Leave it all behind. I can't get enough
topic, wake up!
I hate you. Anyway, welcome back everyone to a Triton-Cup 117. We are back with our winners semifinals, and we have a very interesting match for you. 2 versus 3 matchup. So our seating council did pretty good. We have Blank Z versus Vivify, yeah.
Yes, it is Vivify.
Yeah, in game 1, not a map we haven't seen yet, which I'm surprised. We have Inkblot TC. Or Inkblot Zones, my bad.
Inkblot TC, you're so...
I see Inkblot tower control so much, it's an automatic.
You're so piling pool coded. That's what you are. You're so piling pool coded. So, as we're going to be seeing 4 flat zones on Inkblot Art Academy, it's the tower that everyone hates.
Hold on. Wait,
That's
is that... V Pro plus I believe, the screen. Yeah, the screen... sensor CDS or dualies, which I call the pacifist dualies, because you have no bomb, no offensive special. That's very interesting there. On the other side, again, more Tetras. So this is more Tetras than I've seen in like 3 years of this game. So I'm impressed. I'm excited to see what happens. What's gonna happen?
I mean, so with Blanks, this is a comp they never really won. Like, this is not a roster they never won as well, because Yoshi and Devil, they usually all here, but just Yoshi and Devil are actually crossed out. We see that Pyro, Golde, Hyperzen, that's a new player that we never saw before on the side of Blank. And Pancake, who has been here before with Golde and Pyro, this is just a whole new comp from Blank Z, actually. This is a shocker that we're seeing that these weapons coming out. With the CDS, which actually, I think they've been developing on that. The Tetra, that has been going from Pyro, if I remember correctly, or Golde. And the Pro, like you said, the regular Pro is having the Crab, so that's going to help out a lot in the tower. But the Headed is going to be the usual as well, too. But for the side of Vivify, they're running the same they're running like almost the same comp, but they don't have that much range.
Yeah, other than the... Other than that heavy edit, that's the only real range here. You see multi there at the bottom of your screen going to go down after popping that reslide. It looks like Vivify, despite going down really early, they were going to be able to get back into it. One going to go down, but a trade coming out for Blank Z. 2 members going to go down, and Vivify kind of swinging the pendulum back in their favor. You see they're trying to get as far up on this plat as possible, making sure that Blank Z cannot get back into the zone. One going to go down looking for even more. You see one going to get tagged for 70 by that Stamper, just waiting and biding their time, giving jumps in as well. Cooler on the plat, very, very aggressive there. Unfortunately, one will go down. Looks like a second will go down as well. And Vivify close to taking back the lead here. Looks like they might be able to hold on, because Blank Z, they're 2 down once again.
I think it's Blanks.
Or Blanks, yeah.
You know, it is literally Blanks from them. But anyways, how we're going to be seeing for Vivify, they are going to be actually coming back with 25 ticks remaining. Literally the change shift there was because Blanks had a Reef Slider, but because it was on the ramp nearby the block, it didn't go all the way. The Vivify had 2 members to stay on tag, and those 2 members, as far enough, they were on zone the entire time. They never got killed off. The Headed was literally there nearby the block, played their defense, and also the Tetra were just playing aggro. And because of that, Vivify gets the point back.
I mean, you saw that was 100-0. Like, they got to, or Blanks got to 25, no. Wait, 21. I remember 21. They got to 21, and then Vivify just said, "All right, that's enough," and they just stormed back. They just kept getting picks. The use of the Tetra be a distraction, the use of the 52 and Stamper as well to keep up that aggression just worked out really well for them, and that gave them the victory.
No, but literally at the same time too, just that single point with the V-Slider for the side of Blanks when they were not able to get the double kill, that triple kill there. That really just secured the game, because those were the 3 people that were literally the scary people on the zone that they needed to play defensive on, and they did. So, Verify, okay, honestly, at the same time too, this is not the first warrior that they fight against each other. They fight a lot each other in Panic Pool, like in this round. So, this is like, I think the first time that they fight each other in Triton, or they never played in Triton in a while against each other. So, this is the first time that they're seeing each other in a Triton-Cup scenario. But they just fight each other, and also this is Blanks. This is just Blanks for you.
Wahoo World. Okay, you know, I haven't seen that map since Splatoon 2. I was not expecting that at all.
You didn't see it in SWS?
Huh?
In SWS?
I didn't watch SWS.
Wow. Okay. Well, this was actually kind of like.
My bad. My bad for having the job.
Well, anyways, in the US scene, if you don't know about the European scene, we like goofy maps. Wahoo is one of those goofy maps. So if you see it in the map list for like Triton-Cup or Padding Pool, like you will see it on the high level players for the European scene. We will see a map like this come in because the circle is reef slidable.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You very easily cap zone. You saw both these teams. They did have a reslider, both with Tetras, honestly. Interestingly, so that's something you could use there. But I just want to see how they play this, really.
It's better than Bluefin.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're a liar. It's not.
Well, the thing is, though, you see the timer, right? You see the timer?
Oh, did you know there's a timer?
Yeah, you see the timer, right?
Yeah, did you know that was a timer? Fun fact. It's a timer. Fun fact.
Yeah, but fun fact, there's a pulse of the timer. Because the timer stays on forever.
Yeah, but did you know that was a timer in the first place? That was interesting. But we're gonna see here. Oh, hold on. S-Blast and the Inkjet at L3 once again, and from the other side, Benny going with the V Rapid Blaster with Mine's Tri-Strikes. You know what? I'm here for it. You have the Tetra is not very openly seen. I forgot the name of it, but the dually squelchers and a rapid blaster that's not one of like the long range rapid or the inkjet one. I'm here for it, and so far Blanks are gonna get at least control for a second here as they're able to recapture the zone once again.
Did the blaster just put out some? Did the blaster just put on some Tri-Strikes?
Yes.
Oh, well, that will help them a lot for sure because the zone is a circle, and if you just 2-tap with the zone, the Tri-Strikes are actually going to be pointing all the way. But for the side of Vivify, because they actually got a single right there, they're most likely going to get double soon enough. There we go. The Inkjet helping out as well. The Inkjet shots as well, funny enough, they do actually calculate 25% of the zone if you shoot them all out the zone. So you see that pull in the middle, that actually is the main reason why it helps a lot. As we're going to be seeing Vivify get 2 down, but still stay alive. We're going to see Blanks as much as possible try to go for the range advantage. They do go for the reach cheat, but it doesn't go as well. So we're going to be seeing them actually they just take it again for some reason.
Yeah, Vivify, they are on a board, but only by 1 point, but putting him at 101 points. Not something you see very often, but it is where we see Blanks looking to hold on here. You see a flank potentially from the heavy edit or just painting up the path for when their teammates to get going here. You see the Tetras on this right-hand side, just putting up a lot of pressure, forcing this heavy edit back as the clock is still ticking in favor of Blanks. Jumper gonna get canned or getting by the Tetras, able to get one. You see another flank by the heavy edit. Not something you see the flanking edit able to get one on zone and paint it for their team. And Vivify, hold on, they're not capturing it just yet. Blanks will still hold on, but they'd be really worried because there's a Tetras on that flank. Yes, there is. They have eyes on them, able to get them down. Very, very helpful there. And Blanks, looking a little bit risky there, are able to hold on with 10 ticks remaining. And if you Vivify, you have to go right now. 4, 3, 2, 1, no one in sight. And Blanks, with a bit of a wacky map, will win game number 2. So we have ourselves a set.
This is high-level European play for you. They know how to play this map. For Vivify, this might be the first time that they actually play this map in a while. Or honestly, in a while. They played it before, but in a while, this is the first time they play this map. So they don't know how to actually counterplay against it. That's why Blight has so much advantage here. It's because of the severe map that every European likes to play in high level. So, literally because they got counterpicked into it as well too. That's the funny thing as well too. Because if you want to look in the history of Blanks, they started up pretty small. And then coming around like 6 months ago, like in the springtime of this year, they started to pop off. So they needed to fight against high level opponents, like the top level side, where we got to see Frutella, where we got to see PSG. They needed to fight in this mode. So they know how to play in this mode now. So that's great for them. But we're ready for Vivify to go for a counter pick now.
Yeah, and with the pick of Wahoo Road, I don't know what they're gonna pick. They could go something standard, like Mako, like a Mahi, like
Surgeon.
Yes,
Pick Surgeon.
please.
Pick
Please
Surgeon.
pick Surgeon. But yeah, I'm just waiting to see what they pick because it could be anything. Maybe even Hammerhead. Maybe even Hammerhead.
Hammerhead. Yes, Hammerhead. It's a square. It will help them a lot.
It's a rectangle.
It's a square.
It's a rectangle.
Well, talk about rectangles. We're going to be seeing museum.
Okay. Yeah, the square one. Yeah, I like that one.
It's a
good.
rectangle.
It's a square.
It's a rectangle.
It's a square.
It's a rectangle.
It's a square.
It's a rectangle.
Nope, it's a square.
It's a rectangle with a
Nope, it's a
spinner on
square.
it.
Nope, it's a square.
It's a rectangle with a spinner
Nope.
on it.
A square.
Do we just ask Google how do you distinct a square to a rectangle?
There's no difference. It's a square.
CKK, if only you had a mic, CKK, I swear to God, man. Literally, the main thing I was gonna be seeing right now for Revivify, they are gonna be picking Museum Delphos, you know, a basic map, a bit about not basic mode for Splatoon in general, because Museum Delphos, you know, on zones never gets picked in a map mode scenario because the mode zones for Museum is bad for a lot of people. So that's why it gets voted out. And we never saw it in a looting pool in a while, I think, either, too. So, if people are using this for map knowledge, and if you know about this map, you should be able to find this more aggro. You know that you want to stay on spinner. You know you don't want to get sniped out and get flesh farmed in the corner. You want to just wait for your supposed to go back in and take secure of the objective. But remember, this is not tower. No one plays tower, but still, it's just good to know this is not tower, this is not Waymaker, this is not Clanblitz. The main thing about zones is the square / rectangle of the zone. You have to get all the angles. You cannot get 80%. You have to get, you can't get 50%. You have to get 80% of it. You cannot fire it off and let the other team snowball you all the way back.
Yeah, well, we're gonna say both these teams are ready. It looks like Blank sticking with what they had. They like it. They're not gonna switch up on the side of Vivify. Sticking with what they have. You know what? If it ain't broke, why fix it? But we're gonna see if they can now. They have some knowledge on the Rapid plus the Tetras plus the Dually. So to see if they're able to use that to advantage here. You see an immediate flank by the Tetras, I believe. Gonna get called out instantly by the Stamper. Able to get the pick. 3 members down for Blanks in the first 15 seconds. And Vivify, a much different start than we have from the second game.
Was there a bike thing in this too?
What was that?
I think this zone was a rectangle in S2, then you changed it in S3 to a square. Okay, that makes sense. Well, anyways, talking about squares, we've seen them square up for Vivify against Blank Z. They were holding on literally to the spinner right now. There's no paint on the fighting up. There's no paint on the sides because Vivify just went up all the way quickly and headed and just holding on immediately to this left side, battling against the Tetras, who has a beef slider. They want them dead really badly, but they don't know how to do it because everyone is still on top of Blank's little spinner themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you see Vivify, they consistently have members on the plat of Blanks just getting a lot of damage here. Unfortunately, that Tetra doing a lot on that flank side, just making sure they're keeping attention towards them. 2 members down for Vivify, giving them the chance. 3 members just to heavy at it, and that will be what Blanks need to get in the zone and possibly get a push of their own start. You see the Stamper gonna drop here, Benny for kind of forcing him out, or making them jump away, and now Blanks are able to, get a good hold here and get Vivify away from the zone as best they can.
So going by map launch now, we're going to be seeing more defense on the side of Blanks because they overdid the last game. They can do it this game. They have better knowledge this time. We're going to be seeing for the side of Vivify now, they are going to get 2 up against Blanks as they're going to get the zone again. We're going to be seeing the Stamper most likely going to be using their Zipcast suit. Okay, well, commented the curse. They're not because Dapple Productions just shot them in the face. And they just get the area advantage against the headed. And most likely against the third person. They do. They're just getting all knocked out one by one.
It's showing why Rapid Blast is just doing a whole lot of damage here. You have that strikes and the mines for that defensive help there in case you need it. Unfortunately, that will get absolutely lasered by that heavy. There's no more strikes for you. Now Vivify, an opportunity here to potentially get back in the zone, but there are no 52s. Going to be a bit of a boon in their side. Tetra on that left hand side going to cause some damage here. Both members going to go down here. Blanks still scoring, but Vivify are not that far away. Reside is coming out a bit of an aggressive reslider towards that right hand side, able to get 1 member down. But when you trade, 2 members are going to go down. Another flank by the Tetras is going to get called out. And I think every time the Tetris has dropped, it's always been on that left side flank. So I think Vivify are gonna catch on to that and start watching that very, very hard.
Yeah, surely no one would know about the left side flank. That's always not going to be a great plan ever. As they do it again, this is like the 5th time now, man. They didn't fall off this time, but they're winning in pit. That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting to get a beef side ready, which they do, which they're going to get. Okay, no, they get instantly eliminated, but they figure it out. So we're going to be seeing right now just one more team player left on blank seat. Oh, blanks, and they get immediately eliminated by the other headed. So with that's going to be a wipe out.
I mean, Vivify, they got a really good lead. Had some adversity in the middle there, with blanks getting down to 27 points, especially with that Tetris is consistently putting up pressure on that left-hand side, drawing attention away from themselves, giving their team the opportunity to get a couple picks and win a fight or two to get in. But unfortunately for blanks, Vivify just said, you know what? We're done playing around, and they will win a game number 2. So now, if they win this, they're moving on to winners finals.
In all honest truth, though, that Tetra were going the left path because they knew it was smart. They wanted to try to go for a sneak it away, but they didn't know because from the whole game, we saw that for the side of Vivify, all of them were literally up on the top, on the spinner the entire game. They literally did not know it's the headed though. They didn't know what the headed was. They knew the headed that was just unexistent. They didn't care about headed because they didn't really know how to fight it as well if they're alone. But they were thinking they were all in a group. So that's why the situation kind of thought that they were able to sneak it. But since the headed kind of knew how to lock in and play defensive like a tank, or like a sniper, honestly, as well too, they were able to just lock in on his own and just stay there the entire time. Knowing about the defenses, knowing about the positioning, where they want to go. They want to go with the team, or do they want to stay back? Because knowing that Tetris was going to be there. But the middle part, that was a little bit of an issue, just because they are able to get the zone in, they were able to get advantage. But then after that, they immediately got for the wipeout. They immediately get sniped one by one.
Yeah, but now we're gonna see what Blanks decides to go with, because I mean, they went to the more unconventional map and they won pretty handedly. So maybe they go back to, maybe we'll see Urchin again. You have Urchin, Hammerhead, Undertow, like these more. Why not bring back Lemuria? They just bring out Lemuria for game 4 because why not? Like, yeah,
we bring back the wave. Surely we bring back the wave. Yeah, that'll help out a lot.
Yeah, maybe we'll see, as Blanks are kind of consulting now. They're both trying to figure out what will work best for them, trying to see what they can do differently. Because once Vivify got in, once they got on plat, it was like not game, but it was really, really difficult for them to push back. So maybe they want to go with the map that it's not so easy to lock out for defensive purposes, because if that happens, then they get locked out really easily. But then again, if you lose a team fight or two, if you win a team fight and you can't lock the enemy out effectively, then you have, like we saw in game number 3, have the Tetras for Vivify just go on flanks, get a couple picks, and now your whole defense is crumbled.
I'm being so real, knowing from Blanks, seeing them so many times, it might be really weird of a pick, but I might just say they might be product on time. Because for them, it's going to be a conventional map, though, even though it's going to be a conventional map, I feel like they know they play so much about the map by the way that they might have a chance to do it, but the issue is, they don't have Yoshi. Yoshi was the junior player that helps them a lot in fights, because they can play Hackle with that. They just have Yoshi like go and do the feeding play, but they go with Hackle instead.
Yeah, I agree. But we're just still waiting for Blanks to pick. It's Haggle? Oh god, not this one. Okay, I don't like Zone Tackle. To me, it's like the most flat, bland, vanilla ice cream map mode you could pick. Like, there's no, like, yes, you have the little flanks on both the right and left side, but like, other than that, it's just Hammerhead. It's a straight line. It's genuinely an eye-shaped Tetris piece the entire way.
Oh, also, by the way, topic, from what we said about earlier, unfortunately, Triton-Cup has a dedicated map pool for splash zones. It's not all maps.
Well, I think they should open it up to at least Bluefin Depot. But we're going to see bringing out the big guns with the Hydra Splatling and the Vanilla Dapples. What?
Yeah, that's basically all you can say. What? But anyways, what we're going to be seeing though is for Vivify, the same thing. That shows the difference for you right there. It's the confidence of playing every map, playing different weapons versus the confidence of playing the same map but every single time because that's your main. As we're going to be seeing for enough playing deep for the ones who are having fun, we're going to be seeing them have a little bit of disadvantage because you can counter pick all these weapons. But for Vivify, since they are so much of a one trick on these weapons, they know how to escalate them so much profoundly. They get killed off because of Stamper, but the Triton does come in, the Hydra does a bubble. We're going to be seeing them hold on to the zone, but with no buts about it right now because this is a really, really weird map.
Yeah, we're going to see that 52 just sharking for Vivify, just looking for the opportunity here, able to get the hit on the Hydra, not quite able to confirm the pick, but able to at least get one off the zone and get it for Vivify, but trying to get a little bit further is Vivify indeed. Hydra going to go down to, I believe, yeah, the Zipcaster are able to get that pick, so Vivify looking pretty good right now, but I think the biggest issue, their biggest issue is going to be that Hydra.
Oh,
never mind, they're gone.
That's unfortunate.
That was a really clean snipe by the Stamper here, as Vivify just kind of pushing the pedal to the metal as best they can, getting all up in the court of Blanks and making sure they can't move forward. Hydra's are going to drop, going to get a pick on the Stamper as the clock is still taking. Strikes are coming out, plus Whale looking for something to get in. 2 members going to go down for Vivify. The Stamper going to go down as well. That's going to be 3 members down. Heavy Edit trying to do what they can to at least keep the zone neutralized. Not for long though, as Blanks will be able to recapture the zone here.
Right now for the bubble as well, they have a lot of special power because the bubble is pretty big compared to normal. But I'm going to be seeing for the right now inside of Vivify again, they're going to be having fun on the top bottom left ledge for the side of Blank Deep, but for the right side ledge on the side of Vivify, they get a double. That's a nice double by them, but we're going to be seeing them get killed. Unfortunate for them, but we're going to be seeing it for them for Blanks. They're going to be capping on the 10, and that's going to be deadly spot for Blanks because that's where they can get filled up immediately by the Tetris. By the 52 cal.
Yeah, we're gonna see here as Vivify kind of get each of their penalty points. They're all able to get through it, able to get 1, 2. Actually, no, getting a couple more points on the board before Blanks is able to get that zone. But you see the 52 on Vivify just staying alive, being jumped in as well, going for that pick on the blaster, not quite able to get it going down. Instead, it's the 52 getting 2 members down. Lace, nice job. They're looking for another one. 3 members around that Stamper, staying alive somehow, getting a double kill as well. So Vivify, they're not out of this just yet. You see the Tetris trying to draw attention away from their team. You see them going for that Hydra, potentially. No, not quite able to get the picks. They're going to be called out almost immediately. And now Vivify, that score is looking a lot closer than it was earlier, and Blanks is starting to get a lot of momentum on their side.
Yeah, I'm going to be seeing them catch the zone once again. We're going to be seeing for the side of Vivify that they're going to be actually having some advantage when they get specials again, but no, they're trying to go for a more defensive set of specials. I'm going to be seeing the 52 cal just get a double right there against the Stamper and against the Tetra. I'm going to be seeing for the 52 cal on the other side. They just get killed up a million once again. No penalty coming out soon though, because if they get that ticket down to 0, for penalty wise, they get 3 points, but no, they don't.
Yeah, no free points are going to be given out. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go left in this game. So very, very close, very, very tight. Blanks are able to recapture the zone. You see the Hydra on zone, but a flank from 52 able to get 1. That bubble's going to go through, able to get 2, not quite able to get the 3rd, but going to do some damage here. The Dapple Nouveau getting a pick actually sat Stamper using that Zipcaster, trying to get something going here in Vivify. A very, very back and forth game, I will say. A minute ago left in the game. Cooler pop for Blanks, trying to go in here with the Dapples, but you see the flanks from Vivify are keeping them at bay for as long as possible, but these picks are just going down and down. Both these teams trying to get something going here, as we're going to see a lot of bloodbath, and Blanks will be the members that will win, but the Tetris jumping in will get a couple more before going down themselves. Bubble on zone, 30 seconds remaining. Blanks are not that far away. Yes, it's a big penalty, but they're still able to win these fights and keep control of the zone.
I'm being so real when you say really back and forth. I think that's what Vivify just wants. Because if you're looking at the comp like in a retrospective, in a big kind of scale, the longest range for Vivify is headed. But compared to a Hydra, that is nothing at all. So basically, if the Hydra's still alive, which they have been for most of the game, you do not want them alive. We're going to see them try to get killed, but no, they don't.
Refighter.
That's going to get 50.
Wait, did it work?
They won. Vivify won.
They won?
They won because they didn't get 50. They didn't get 50.
Oh, the ring slider just taking it at the absolute last second for Vivify. Actual skin in their teeth. Holy, just back and forth, and then Reef says, I got this, and just Reef slides into the opposing side of the zone and captures it. Jesus.
We all thought they would have got 50 again. But no, what in that single point, the Reef Slide was far enough in range to get a double. So with that little double that they got, or like a single, because if you die, you get ink splattered on the floor. So a single kill or like 1.5 kills from 2 players from blanks could have happened. That's most likely what happened. And capped the zone where they need to get picked. And literally with that, they capped the zone just because of that. So literally, wow.
Yeah, wow, indeed. Like actual, like genuine last second. Because I think if you waited like half a second longer, that would have been game. Or for blanks. Because like I think it was tied. It was close. I think it was tied for a second. And then the Resider came and gave him just enough of the zone to flip it in favor of Vivify. Like it was genuine at the absolute last moment that the Resider came in. Yeah, very, very, very interesting and fun way to end semis. But with that, that'll be it for this round as Vivify will move on to winners final. So shout out to them. But I believe that will be it from us two at the very least. So
yeah,
that'll be from us.
We have 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes left.
That'll be it from.
Yeah, sorry to cut your words, sorry, but honestly, like in that last point, I was still speechless. That was the main thing because literally, that's how you play Beef Slaughter. I mean, that was the main thing. That's actually how you play Beef Slaughter out of all ends. You have to wait for the exact time to do it, and they did it. So just easy for Vivify for that. For Blank Z, they have a loser ones coming. Like they always end up somehow losers, but somehow they can always do really well. So in that stance, Lang Z is not someone to sleep with. Most likely, we're going to be seeing the back and lose the back in finals.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, indeed. But of course, we have a little bit of housekeeping to do before we leave. Jorian, where can people find you?
Don't find me.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Wait, that put me in shock. Hold on, give me a sec.
Anyway, so yeah, actually, find me here streaming on Wednesdays for Battling Pool. Also, NSC is coming back soon on starting Monday, so find me streaming that too, and watch some collegiate European scene as well too. But Topic, what about you? Because you can actually be found.
Yeah, you can find me on Topical too at booth.social. I post sometimes whenever I feel like. Mainly about if I'm commentating next or whatever I feel like. But with that, I believe that'll be it from us. But don't go anywhere because we have 2 new commentators coming up to you in a couple minutes. So stick around and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is for you, because time isn't real. We're heading into winners finals here. We have Dehors versus Vivify. I'm Summer Breeze, and I'm here with Tomu. How are you doing, Tomu?
Good meowing. I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing really good. I got the day off today, which is how I get to be here to have a fun time on Dapple Productions. We're going to start off here on Mako Mart Zones, because this is a zones only tournament if you forgot. I feel this is such a vanilla map, I feel like, but the angles can be really fun, and especially with the game that we had for winter semis that was on stream, this might be fun still.
I admittedly was not looking at stream earlier. But yeah, Mako is a very frequently played map, and it's pretty loved by most players.
I mean, I feel like it's hard not to love it. At the what's it called? You have Freezer. I feel like everyone runs to Freezer. The flanks are very easy to pull off on this, and you have the plats on both sides of the zones. But going in here, right into the zone, we hear. Oh my god. Okay. Bringing out the pencil and tent on one side, and when we have the headed and the Tetris on the other. Those are fun picks I like to see. But heading in here, let's see.
Seeing Brella isn't something I see very often in this game, like especially in Com.
Oh, I just realized it's not a tent. It's a normal Brella.
Yeah.
We have the Sorellas, so it's the Jet Brella. So this will be fun. Jet Brella, I feel like every time I see it played, we see some crazy jet picks because in order to play anything that has a jet on it, you have to be dedicated to the jet, especially since it's fall from grace from ballpoint meta. Oh no.
It's a disconnect already.
Yeah. I feel like it's not a Dapple tournament without a disconnect. When Squid Junction was going and I was streaming Squid Junction, there would be like 2 or 3 disconnects every single time.
Back onto the topic of jet, actually, it's like a whole new main weapon you gotta practice. It actually takes like a lot of skill.
Jet takes a lot of skill. Like, when it was buffed for ballpoint meta, it did not take as much. You could kind of just aim in the general direction and it would be okay, but it's had a fall from grace, and the aiming is a little more precise now. I say this from the bottom of my heart as a vanilla Tri-Slosher player, but I love seeing really good jets.
Yeah, jet pop-ups are absolutely hype.
I forget what tournament it was I was watching. I want to say it was SOS 202. I was casting it, and there was just the craziest jet player on that one. It was like every single time you'd swap the camera over, they were just getting directs on directs. And that's the type of stuff that I love to see.
Do you, by any chance, remember who they were?
I don't. I have the worst memory. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay.
I'm trying to see who was on the tent. Or not the tent, just a regular Brella.
Yeah.
It was a Sorella Brella. It was not the tent. I'm so used to people bringing in tents that seeing a normal Brella is me all sorts of messed up.
If it's a jet Brella, we could call it the Jella.
Okay, so it was Argo on the side of Dehors. And that's the only thing that they have listed on their Sendo. So I'm expecting some very good gameplay here.
Brella one trick. Always nice to see.
Alright, connected back in. Same comps. I'm pretty sure you have to. But let's see if we have a similar opening here. Looks like we might.
Stafford gets a kill really, really early on, but Dehors is 2 down, and Vivify is able to take the zone pretty early lead.
Yeah, very early lead from Vivify here. We have a nice solid cap on the zone, and we're slowly pushing up, taking down Dehors as they come in. There's that jet I was talking about. Doesn't look like it gets anything, but we do get a pick off on the carbon. Jet coming over zone here, but we have this headed defending it with their last legs. Still pushing up, trying to hold it, keeping it in this neutral zone, but we have all of Dehors coming and pushing into the zone. Zipcaster gets one, and we have a cooler pop for Vivify.
I'd be really surprised if that jet didn't cap zone there, but they weren't able to hold it for very long, and Vivify is able to continue holding zone to get more points.
Yeah, we have a Zuka coming out on the side of the horrors, and we have this Headit this Headit will defend this zone until they die. This Headit will not leave the zone. It is their one duty to protect this zone. We have Stamper peeking the ledges here. We got some people coming around, a whale pop. Here's this Brella I was talking about, coming around from the right side, trying to get a pick off with some backup. Oh, let's see where we go with this jet.
The was staggering quite a bit. Let's see if this jet is able to get any picks. Slider popping, like, luckily right behind that pillow over there. Vivify goes 3 down, and the horse is able to cap the zone.
I just don't... When did they get to 17? How did that happen?
They were able to hold it for a really long time just now.
Yeah.
The horse was absolutely staggering hard.
But now we have the horse get control of the zone again. Vivify hit with a pretty nasty 56 penalty. And now they're all staggered out. The horse spreading out, taking down Vivify as they drop down from their plat there. Stamper trying to get some picks on... Ooh, taken down by the Carbon, but trades out.
The horse is 2 down, and they might not be able to hold zone for much longer, especially when Vivify has 2 specials and the slider ready to pop, but the slider holder does go down. 2 down on both sides, and zone is currently in a neutral state.
Oh, a beautiful pick from the jet there we just saw. The horse still keeping a hold on the zone. They've got it down to 10 now. Still 2 minute 30 left in this match. It could still be anyone's game here, especially when you have a zone in a neutral state like this.
It's gonna be a bit till anyone takes zone. Vivify is able to take it, but they have a really, really big penalty to burn through. They might be able to get a few points off if they're able to stagger the horse again. But it doesn't seem like it will happen since Vivify is 2 down.
Yeah, I mean, they get the zone, but they immediately go 2 down. The horse is able to push back right up on them when they're only 1 down. Now we get this jet, see if he gets any pick. Takes down the Headit. Now we're still sitting over zone, see if we can get any more. We get an assist on 1, but we got the zone back to neutral. This Carbon's going to cap it, and now we're back in the favor of the horse.
Yeah, the horse does have a Zuka, isn't able to find any picks. The Carbon tries to go in, is cornered, and is forced to jump out. Zone is still kind of in a neutral state. The Carbon did take away quite a bit of attention from the zone there, but it isn't quite enough to stop them from capping it.
I like seeing how this Carbon's playing. They're really knowing all their angles, and they're rotating around the whole map instead of sharking in one spot like you see a lot of people do. I like the way that they're constantly moving in a circle. You never know where the Carbon is because it doesn't stick in one spot.
Yeah, I really like that about them as well. They have, you can definitely see them making good use of the paint their team is providing for them, and it's definitely paying off.
Yes, the tent combined with the pencil is able to just keep their paths marked for them, and they're able to rotate through. But as we're talking about them, they get taken down by this Headit, and now, like I said earlier, it's this Headit's one job to defend this zone, but they get taken down by the pencil. Now, both teams 2 down. We're going to put this zone in a neutral state, and it's going to stay there till a little bit till we get back up.
We do have a zip ready. I wonder what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, let's see if they pop this zip. I mean, the horse got control of the zone again. They're all the way down to 3 points. We're only 15 seconds left. But we have a reslider come out. Now it's back in control of Vivify. Let's see. They have to win this in overtime, but I think the horse takes control of this again.
Yeah, Vivify is 3 down, and I really doubt they'll be able to make a comeback with 3 down.
Oh yeah, definitely not. I mean, this is where it comes to. I don't know why I haven't capped the zone yet. Let's call it here. All right, there we go. There's the first win for the horse.
Not capping zone to go for the jump is brutal. Let's go for
that's
kill.
They're just dancing on their grave there for a little bit. It's a little dirty.
Yeah. Yeah, they gotta take the W's.
But you do have to acknowledge where they played good in the match on both sides. You had that Stamper that was hiding on all the ledges on the side of Vivify, and the Dahors, they had that Carbon who was rotating the map.
Yeah. Do you think
It wasn't-
they'll be running the same comp?
It depends what they pull out for the counter pick here. I think
I see.
if they pull out something wacky for the counter pick, we could see some comp changes. But otherwise, I think they have a very stable comp and they're set in what they run on both sides.
I'm actually gonna pull up Rocket real quick. I should have done this beforehand. Yeah, it looks like from what I'm seeing, it's gonna be museum on zones.
Yeah,
Unless that's not finalized.
next up museum on zones.
Yeah,
Or
there we go.
zones on museum.
Museum
That's
on
the correct
zones.
way. But yeah, I think they run the same thing here. Especially, we're gonna stick with that Sorella. That jet is pretty crucial for, I think, the verticality of this map. Even though it's not vertical like Flounder Heights is vertical. But when you have the spinner and those side ramps, it does have a good bit of verticality to it.
Yeah, I can imagine that carbon being a menace by the ledges, especially.
Absolutely. I can see that carbon hanging around the spinners. Not even like raining from the heavens there, like you see some people do, but sitting in it like one of the spinning doors at like a fancy hotel.
Oh yeah. Those I love those doors as a concept.
I think that'd be very comical to watch. It's like just seeing how long you can sit in one of those doors before a staff gets mad at you. How long before a jelly kicks them out of the spinner?
Do you think anyone's gonna open on drop?
I don't know, honestly. I think we might see like the splash go down that way. Maybe also the Brella. I do think though, from the carbon, we will see some interesting stuff just by how they were moving around on Mako.
And I feel like if that team wasn't painting for them, that would have been really difficult for them to play well.
Yes, and that's what's crucial for that carbon, like we said last game, is that if the team's not up, the carbon can't function. Let's see here. Looks like same comps both sides. Yeah, we got the same comps. Let's see how we open in here. We got two going to the right on the side of Dahors. On both sides we have two going to the right side. Let's see how they open it up here.
Yeah, one gets picked from beneath the ledge like pretty much immediately. Vivify is 2 down. Dahors is able to take zone really, really quickly to begin with. Tetra gets surrounded. Yeah, Dahors is absolutely steamrolling Vivify from what we're seeing here.
Yeah, that Stamper going down so early was kind of detrimental, I think, because the horse was just able to push back immediately. Like, the gal was not able to hold them back. We have the Brella. But we have Vivify sneaking around, coming and getting the zone back. We have this Headed sitting in mid with 2 others with them.
The horse is no longer in control of the zone. Let's see how long Vivify is able to hold the zone for now. The horse does have a crab ready, so yeah, and the crab gets popped. Vivify is 3 down. The horse is able to cap zone really quickly.
So, what do you think is the detriment for these teams here? Because they seem to be going down so fast, just in the blink of an eye. Is one team has a zone, and then 3 go down, and then the other team has a zone, and then the same thing happens for the other side.
It could be that when a special is popped, the plays just play around it really well and is able to capitalize off of it. Like, yeah.
Failure on the jet there. We tried our hardest to get that jet, but they were a little too high up for us. But this is this is what you were saying. I think the special work, you distract 1 or 2 of them with the special, another one goes down somewhere else, and the way both teams are staggering around is that you'll have a group of 2, they both get taken down, and then another one goes down somewhere else, and now we have the zone.
Yeah, and now Vivify is trying to aggress on the plat, not quite able to from the Headed. Like, now the horse has a crab ready, they're gonna pop it, and like, yeah, Vivify goes 3 down. because of the crab, and they're able to flip zone again.
Vivify trying to push up like that, and even it was just the headed that got taken down. But 2 members of Vivify were able to rotate around and just go take the zone after that. So the way these teams are splitting up, everyone's just able to like play hide and seek with each other. You get 2 down, the other guys come out from their hiding spot, and now we have the zone.
Yeah, I've definitely seen what you mean by hide and seek, and I'm also just noticing how heavily influenced this game is by special output. Like, whenever someone has special, they're able to cap zone.
Especially if you have a reef slider. I mean, that's the get zone for free ticket. And unless you have someone targeting you, then it's not so free. But we get taken down by this Carbon here. Carbon sneaking around, just like they were on Mako, trying to do a little bit of rotation, but they don't have the paint out for them, which is a problem. We have this crab pop, caps a zone, Zipcaster comes out trying to get something. Let's see. Looks like we're kind of just running around.
Yeah, not quite able to draw much attention. Doesn't look like their teammates were able to follow up on it either. The Horse is able to hold zone and tick down points even further now, and they should be able to pull off a pretty strong lead here.
Yeah, I mean, especially if most of Vivify is kind of locked up on their plat. We have 1 drop down, gets 1. Reef Slider comes out, gets a pick. Doesn't get the zone yet, though, but we're close. We only have 7 points left on the side of the Horse. I think this is theirs.
Yeah.
Yep, and there it goes. That's game 2 for the Horse.
It just occurred to me that the Horrors might... Is it another way of spelling the Horrors?
Something tells me it's a word from a language I don't know. But it also could just be being silly and being the Horse.
Yeah, it could just be. Well, yeah, especially since it's a European tournament, it's very likely that it's just a language... no, a word from a different language.
It's a very strong possibility.
Yeah.
The EU pickups love to do a word that the commentators don't know for their pickup name.
Is this not common in NA as well?
In NA, we have stuff like Evil 6-7 Gang.
Huh.
And like instead of doing words the commentators don't know, they just put straight brain rot.
Okay, so EU is just better then. I'll remember that.
That's why you only ever see me on EU tournaments. But now, the voices in my head are telling me it's pronounced Dior. I'm not French, so please don't kill me. So please, if you could please forgive my French pronunciation here. It's pronounced Dior.
Dior.
Like hors d'oeuvres.
I'm gonna have a look at Sendu again.
It looks like next up, yeah, we're going to Hagglefish Zones next. This is again another tried and true map. I see this in every tournament. But if the people love it, what can we do?
This feels like an iconic Splatoon 3 map, honestly.
It definitely is. You can
Like,
see
this map
it played for... If something works on 2 maps, then it's iconic. If for a Splatoon 3 map to work on more than 1 mode is impressive.
We have that for... We have Mako, TC, and Zones, right?
Yes.
And not
Yes.
Clams.
No clams, no Raymaker.
Even though it's still pretty playable on those 2 modes.
Yeah, it's still pretty playable. I mean, that's because it's not a Splatoon 3 map, though. So Splatoon 2 map.
Right. I mean, I think Splatoon 3 map, Hagglefish for Splatoon 3 map also works on all modes.
Hagglefish is a Splatoon 3 map. It works on zones and tower. So, moving in. Let's see.
Yeah.
Got the same comps? Same comps. Same comp? Same comp. We're pretty solid, but pull out of some different outfits. Now we got the silly mask on. Let's see who can get this zone first.
It doesn't really look like Vivify is going to go for first cap since I did see one of them painting for special and base.
Yeah, you got one painted for special and base, and the other two going off to the sides. They're gonna let Dior take this zone first, and they're gonna let him hold it for a little bit, but not without the head coming up from the side, trying to say something about it.
Yeah, that was a really cool trade from the sword and the carbon on the side we just saw. 3 down goes. The Wolves goes 3 down. Vivify is able to take the zone. We almost see this person die to whale. Yeah.
Vivify in the lead now. Everyone's come back up from that 2 down, 1 down situation. But like you were saying, that trade between the Carbon and the Stamper, that's like both teams' biggest slayers. So when they're both down, everyone is kind of just in a stalemate around the zone. But now everyone's back up. The Aura is the zone again. And let's see. They don't do much with it because Vivify gets it right back.
Yeah, the sword trying to take an off angle here, trying to go for the Brella, but is caught from behind by the Carbon. Vivify is 3 down and the Aura should be able to take zone here.
I think they do in just a second here. Nice trade from the Carbon. We have another one from the Aura coming around the side. It's the Pencil taking a weird off angle here. I like to see it. Let's get some more frontline Pencil action. We got Brella hanging out in the zone. Pop's Jet gets taken down by the Stamper.
I have noticed that these teams do take a while. Oh, that's a wipeout on the side of Vivify. But yeah, as I was saying, I have noticed the teams do take a while to cap zone when they have an advantage. Like, they don't feel too hasty about it.
As fast-paced as this game is, you still need to know how to pace yourself. Because if you're always just in a panic to cap the zone, then you're going to go down before you can cap the zone. Because you're going to be more worried about, oh my god, I have to paint the zone before you actually are able to get all the players down that you need.
Yeah, and I think that's what differentiates this from low level.
Absolutely. Low level, you see, like, just panic at every elbow. But there you go. The Horse takes winners finals and a clean 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, Vivify was able to... Well, I did feel like they were able to take off a few games, but at times I did see a bit of panic going on, and I think that's what let them down.
Yeah, especially in that little last 20 ticks of this match there. You could really tell when Dolor had them pushed up into their base area, you can kind of see, like, a little bit of rushing on the side of Vivify. You can kind of see people just, like, frantically trying to rush out of the base. You saw one trying to run up onto the tent and down into the zone, but they got taken out really fast. Which is, you know, exactly what I was saying. If you try to move without taking down the people you need to, then you're not going to be able to get anywhere.
Yeah. Both sides were also playing I'd say rushdown heavy weapon. Like, we had Tetra, Carbon, and Sword. And I think that would incentivize them to run in quite a lot.
Yeah, especially with something like a Carbon. With lack of range, and it needs to be painted for. You gotta go with your Carbon. You can't leave your Carbon behind.
Yeah. We're heading into a break soon, I believe?
Yeah, it looks like we still have a little bit of a wait before our losers semis. So we're gonna go on a little bit of a short break here, but we'll be right back.
Yeah. Goodbye.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
And we're back with an extra little round 6 here because losers round 5 was still going by the time we were done with winners finals. We went so fast. So we're gonna hop into losers round 6 before we get into losers semis. You get an extra stream match as a treat. We have Blank Z versus Tomorrow going on. We saw Blank Z on stream earlier. We just saw Tomorrow clutch up a nice little game 3 on round 5.
Hold on, I'm still looking at the page. But yeah, we will move on to our scheduled matches in due time.
This is just as a treat. We didn't want to leave you sitting there for an extra 30 minutes while we waited for this one to finish up. It would have been 30 minutes. It would have been like 15. But that's 15 minutes and nothing happening on stream, and we can't have that happening. We're moving on into Mahi Mahi Zones as our game 1 here. And we're going right into the match, too. We don't have time to ponder the maps because we're going straight in. We see... Is that a vanilla rapid on the side of blanks? That's interesting. Alright. And we have the Frozen Pro... Tomorrow for some interesting picks.
Did the connection cut out? Am I hearable?
No, we can hear you.
Okay. That's good. But yeah... I can't tell the teams, so I'll just hold them by color. Yeah. Yeah, Blank C just went 2 down, and Tomorrow is able to hold the zone for a bit. We get 2 sets of strikes coming out at the same time. Blank C, very desperately wanting to cap zone by throwing their strikes directly on zone, are able to do so. And they have 3 specials ready, and will probably be able to hold Tomorrow out of mid for a really long time with those.
I really liked the way Blank C push up right then. You just watch them as one wall push over the zone. You just saw the Tetras right next to the Gao, just like taking down everyone in their way, and they kind of just wrap their way around, cap zone, and then push up into their base. And it was a really good showing of strength.
Yeah, Blank C is just throwing everything at them. They didn't even need to slider in the zone to cap. Pencil is fighting for its life, trying to paint as much as it can. Not quite able to get the pick. Their teammate saving them, however, able to cap zone with those strikes, but it doesn't seem like they'll be able to hold it very long, especially as they get a wipeout.
Yeah, what good are the strikes if you immediately get a wipeout taken on you? But, I mean, you don't really need a reslider when Blanks is kind of just their own firing squad. You never see anyone alone. If someone is alone, there's someone immediately behind them to help them. They have strikes coming down the zone here to hold their spot, while you have strikes coming out from the side of Tomorrow trying to take it, but not gonna happen when you're able to back the Tenta missiles out of the zone. We got 2 members of Tomorrow trying to come out and take it, get taken down. Let's see if we can get this other one here.
Yeah, Blank C is doing a really, really good job at pushing Tomorrow back. They are playing together really well, and that is the optimal way to play the game. It's just the edit versus the pencil, and yeah, pencil
It doesn't matter when you only got 5 tricks left, though. That's game 1 for Blanks.
Really, really clean win from Blanks.
Yeah, really, really powerful showing from the side of Blanks there. They always pushed as one whole unit. There was no breaks, just gas.
Is it blanks or blanksy?
It's
a bit
blanks.
confusing. Okay.
It's blanks.
Okay.
The Z is capitalized for stylization. It's to look quirky. And we love being quirky in Splatoon.
Yeah. Yeah, we have undertow zones now.
This-
2 zones, which is really interesting.
Yeah, this is a very interesting map. You don't see this one played outside of zones-only tournaments. And probably for a reason. That spine is definitely really annoying in the sense of a zones map. And then the overhangs are also... Maybe this is the low level in me speaking, but the overhangs are just a pain.
Yeah, it feels like the zones are very sheltered from most of the angles aside from like straight on.
It definitely feels that way. It's like you can sit on one of the overhangs and try to control the other zone, but I feel like you only really see that when it's like the panicked fight over a neutral zone in like
Yeah.
overtime, or the last 5 ticks of a match trying to cap it to get to overtime, or vice versa. And otherwise, it's like you said, it's kind of just straight. There's not really any flanks here.
Yeah. I do feel like the glass area is a deceptive backline spot because it looks like you'll be able to hit it looks like you'll be able to cover quite a lot, but most of the time people are just underneath the other side of glass and you can't really reach them. Or just underneath you.
Yeah, most of the time people are hanging out right in that little bunker area underneath the glass. It's like either there or on the spine when they're in mid. And there's no other places you sit. I feel this map could have been so much better if they had just put like a geyser or something right at that glass wall to actually make it function as a flank, but I digress. Going in here, we see a Forge Pro coming out and the Screen Tri-Slosher. Some very interesting picks.
Ooh, the ableism pick. Yeah, it doesn't look like Blanks is going for early cap this time. They do get an immediate pick from tomorrow, so despite that opening, they still might be able to get cap early. They are 2 down, so they might not be able to immediately take zones.
I mean, the one down, you run one down, but then you run the other one all the way back, and then the one respawns, and now they're back in mid, and now they have the zone. So when you're stuck in a position like this, where you kind of push yourself away from the action, then Tomorrow is able to take advantage of it. We see a scream pop here trying to maybe distract the members of Blanks a little bit, but now they're all going to run around it, take one down, maybe two? No, they get two down themselves, but we still have two sitting in mid on the spine here. We have one in the bunker trying to take down this Wiper from the side of Tomorrow. Wiper pops Stamp. Let's see if they get a pick.
Slider not quite able to get that Wiper due to map geometry. Blanks is one player down. Tomorrow throwing that special on zone, and neither teams are quite able to cap.
It's very back and forth, you know, every little bit here and there. But then it just goes back to the control of Blanks, which is a little surprising considering the opening that we had, where they pushed himself away and then Tomorrow took it. Now we're down to 30 points left in this game, though, and it looks like Blanks is going to hold this pretty strong. We have this Rapid going over to the overhang. We're down to 15, and now we lose control. We have Scree coming in. Booyah popped on the zone. Wiper trying to take down, and we have two surrounding him.
I do think that the Screen and Booyah being on zone at the same time is pretty well coordinated. Two kills from the edit, which was really impressive, forcing the third person out. That's pseudo triple from Blanks.
Yeah, that was beautiful coordination on the side of Blanks. Two from the head, it combined with strikes on the zone at the same time. But we have that Booyah on zone again. Loses control, goes neutral. We have the other zone taken by Tomorrow. Hammer pop, thrown, doesn't get anyone. But now they have control with the help of that screen.
Yeah, it seems like Tomorrow is able to cap zone, but never really able to hold it for very long. They're only really delaying the well, I shouldn't say this, but like, Yeah.
I mean, a delay is also good though when you're able to stack on those penalty points onto the side of blanks. But what they do really need here, though, especially at the point of the game we're at now with only 2 minutes left, they do need to get a solid hold onto this zone so that they can actually put some meaningful penalty points on, where that they can get close or ahead, and Blank Z is going to have to fight to get down.
Like, they coordinated their specials really well just now with the Hammer and Booyah, but once again, they aren't really able to hold zone for very long. Blanks is 2 down, however. This time they might be able to hold it for a bit longer than they usually do.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like Blanks, or not Blanks, Tomorrow's getting outpainted here, it feels like, but I feel like at the same time it might be a coordination thing, right? Because Tomorrow is definitely very capable of painting with who they have. I mean, a Headed, a Pro, and a Tri-Slosher, those are pretty good painters, I would say. Especially the Tri-Slosher, when it pops the screen, it can get a lot of paint on the ground. But the second that Tomorrow gets that zone, it's just that Blanks takes it right back.
Yeah, Blanks is running a Blaster, so like, it might be difficult for them to take zone, but once they have zone, it does feel like it'd be easier for them to hold it.
And this is what I was saying in the last match we were watching too, is that you need to take the people down before you can move.
Mm-hmm.
So Blanks comes in, they take down Tomorrow, they get 2 or 3 picks off, right? And then they're able to just take the zone. And combine that with the coordination of the specials, and you hold the zone. But I mean, Tomorrow was able to get down to 23. So we have those good penalty points we were talking about. But Blanks is able to put the penalty points right back on them, and now they're sitting at 23 with 52 penalty points, while Blanks still has 14 points on the board.
Well, seeing this edit take that blast position we were talking about earlier, and as you can see, it can only reach one zone. Can get forced off really easily. That was actually really tight, considering... and that was pretty surprising how tight it was, considering how it was for like most of the beginning of the match.
Yeah, for a lot of that match, it looked like it was a lot heavier to Blanks' favor, but Tomorrow was able to get a really solid hold on the zone for a while and get it all the way down into the 20s. So even if a game is a straight sweep, you know, the score doesn't always tell the story. You can have games that are a lot closer, but they're 2-0, 3-0, hell, even 5-0 if we're in Ludi. But the actual in-game scores are what tell the story.
Mm-hmm. In some tournaments, the in-game scores do affect the results, right?
Yes, for like tiebreakers and stuff, they do.
I see. But this isn't really a thing for Triton.
Yeah, not when you're in a double elimination bracket. Because everyone at that position is going to have the same placement.
But yeah, now that we have finished the set, we should be moving on to loser bracket semis, I believe.
Now we're actually going into loser bracket semis. We got a little extra stream match there. It was a little treat. But now we're going into what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
We have losers semis with Blanks versus Ak and Croc. The EU players are out to get me.
Oh, that's... Croc or Crutch? Can't tell. There's not really...
I don't know.
Never really, like, grammatical rules for stuff like this. And it depends on the language.
It might be Crush. You might be right there. But we're going to be going into counter picks back. Yeah, we're going back into counter picks for the semis here. So we're going to be starting on Robo Ramen. And then from there we have counter picks. But Robo Ramen Zones is... for one, it's one of my favorite zones maps. I love Robo Ramen Zones. But it's also very interesting in the fact that there's that hallway in the back that you don't see used very much, except for, like, by a brush.
Let me take a look at the maps again real quick.
But let's see. taking a look at these teams here. Mainly Ak and Croc, because Ak and Croc, they're gonna get called Ak.
Yeah.
But mainly taking a look at them, because we just saw blanks on stream. We see Splatling, Pencil. Ooh, Yaru has on their sendo that they play Machine. You don't see that very often these days. We're going back to 1.0 here with Machine.
Oh, the tragedy of if it was broken again.
If only it could still go through walls. What a day that would be.
When Undertow actually used to be played because you could hit through the glass. I don't think that's the reason why it was played though. That was just a thing. I think it was played due to just the lack of maps in game.
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, a lot of the maps that we have nowadays in our tournament rotations were added afterwards. Like Robo Ramen, we're about to go to. That was added in... What was it? 5.0?
I do actually really miss playing some of the more scuffed maps in tournaments. Like, Hagglefish Clams, which isn't even that scuffed, but there's just better maps now, and I do kind of miss playing that.
I miss when Splatoon 3 was new, and you saw everyone posting the one Hagglefish Rainmaker skip, where you would just jump from the checkpoint straight onto the plat. There was, and it was like a 40-point difference versus just taking the ramp. Simpler times, man.
Yeah. And I don't really see why this isn't played competitively anymore. Like, possibly because having 3 Hagglefish maps might mess with the variety.
No, I feel like we have a lack of variety right now, to be honest. But the problem is that the other maps we have, the other map modes we have, are so scuffed to play at like a top level.
Yeah.
That we just don't.
Like, I could see some of these maps working at low level, but it might, encourage a few bad habits to develop in the players.
Oh, yeah. Like, I see, Mesa Maria Rainmaker played in low level sometimes. And, it's something different for sure. But I feel like just because it has that side route, everybody wants to take the side route. But it's not always the best route to take. Or everybody always wants to run up into the bunker, but that's not always the best route to take. But we build it, low-level players build it into their mind. And I say, I am low-level. I know I'm guilty of this. Is that you build it into your mind that you have one route you take and you don't take anything else, and you just run up and die and do it again.
Yeah, I kind of have that issue as well sometimes. Also low-level.
Yeah. A low-level skill issue, I just come and I stream and I commentate on occasion. I have more fun this way. I play too much ranked and then I get mad, and I don't like getting mad.
Rank's only fun with friends. Thumbs up.
Exactly. That's why when I do play, it's only in tournaments.
Swearing at your teammates, not fun without friends.
Exactly.
I mean, swearing at the enemy.
Because then I'm just swearing at myself, and then what's the point of that? Now I'm just angry in my house alone. Now my husband's looking at me weird. He's like, "Why are you mad at a kid's game?" I'm like, "You wouldn't get it."
Not to encourage tilt or aggression, of course. It just happens.
Yeah, no. Manage your tilt, people.
Yeah.
It's much better when you know how to manage your tilt.
Speaking of Monterey, I did see a higher level team play on that during SOS, and it was really interesting because it looked like both teams were a bit too afraid to take the route on the side where you could
the jump.
Yeah,
it's a scary one to take. It's like you want to be coolered up for it because it's kind of a big jump to begin with, even as a normal squid. But then you have the added weight of the Rainmaker, and it's scary.
But especially interesting to me at times where they definitely had all the resources to take that route, but decided not to.
Yeah, I mean, you only really see interesting plays like that on scuffed maps like that. And Manta Rain isn't even that scuffed. Like, it's not that bad. There's definitely worse. Like, we could be out here playing Wahoo World Clams. That would be hell.
Oh no. Yippee Universe and what's it called? Wahoo Wonderland. I think you have all like the Wahoo names.
There's a team at my locals. They're called like I Love Wahoo Pole, and they kill me every time.
Wahoo Pole?
I love Wahoo Pole.
Did you see that Twitter account that was just the Wahoo Pole, and that just like that account exploded when Wahoo Pole released?
Oh, how could I forget? It was like in the middle of Splatoon live updates, everyone's actually caring about the game. You have people who still cared because we were in the middle of live updates, and boom, we updated Wahoo World. What did you do? We added a poll and nothing else.
And everybody popped up.
All right. They did the same thing with Mincemeat before they did the actual Mincemeat rework. Except instead of a poll, it was just cars. They just put cars on polls.
Oh, carpool. Anyways, let's get into the match. Carpool.
So let's move into our match here. We have
Range
decapitated.
Range Cluster on a zones map is really interesting.
It's a choice.
Yeah.
But Kraken is good for ramen, though, I'd say. Especially the way everyone kind of runs this map. Kraken is a good choice. So, you have the Range Blaster to get some picks, and then you can have it crack in the zone and hold that zone down while the rest of the team is able to move in behind it. But none of they get taken down, though. Let's see the stickers move up. I want to see something good with this stickers stamper.
Well, they are popping the Booyah. I am really interested into seeing how Arc will play to the Blaster's paint deficit. Like, they are able to take zone here, but Blanks have all their players up Andy special ready. Multi being chased by that Kraken, barely able to escape, but is, like, forced out of play for a really long time. Prepping that Slider.
That's exactly what I was talking about, though, is that they play around the Kraken. You have everyone else paint for it. They paint just enough to get their special. They pop Kraken. They scare people away. And then the rest of the team is able to move up and take that zone. But we push some people back. And now Blanks has control of the zone again.
Yeah, and it looks like the Range Blaster is down on the side of Arc. 3 go down to... I couldn't even tell what that was. Slider, I believe? But yeah, Blanks should be able to tick off quite a few points here. If they're able to hold Lockout, then they should be able to take the game. Yeah,
that's a devastating wipeout for Ock there. I mean, you're already pushed back into your base and you get whole wipeout taken down. I think Blanks is pretty solid in their seat here, but we do have a good bit of time left. So if this Kraken can get some good picks in these last 3 ticks, it's a game 1 for Blanks there. All right,
Kraken.
A little heartbreaking for Ock, but good showing nonetheless.
Kraken doesn't quite paint enough to solo cap zone, unfortunately.
Well, it wasn't going to be a solo cap. They had their team behind them. But the Kraken needed to get the picks so that the team could get the paint.
Actually, I don't think the team could have followed up because of that Booyah. It was blocking everything.
Yeah, it was kind of a GG Booyah there.
Yeah.
But let's see what they pick for a counter pick here. Especially since I know they're going to bring out the CRB, most likely. Although, that player on the CRB, they do play all blasters, according to their send-out. They play all the blasters, except for S-Blast. They don't play the free one.
I don't think we've seen the teams change that comps at all during our block.
The teams we have seen, they haven't changed at all.
Yeah.
Well, no, they have. They changed a little bit.
Have they?
They did. On Mahi, we saw, like, a Splash Neo, and we saw the green We saw Tomorrow switch it up a little bit. I don't think we saw Blank switch it up at all. But we haven't seen Ak on stream.
I mean, if a comp works for one team, then I don't really see any reason why they would be switching it up, since it is also the same game mode on different maps.
Oh, yeah, no. You wouldn't change it. I know, like, how a lot of more casual people play is they just, like, pick one weapon per mode if they don't just pick one weapon, period. And they're like, this is what I'm playing for this mode and nothing else.
Have you ever like experienced or witnessed someone else just change their weapon whenever they lose with one?
Yeah, of course I know him. He's me.
Oh.
I lose on I always want to get good at Squiffer. I lose at Squiffer, and then I pick the bucket back up. I'm stuck in bucket jail.
I mean, do you have fun with it?
I do.
No, nothing wrong with that then.
I love the Tri-Slosher. Dearly beloved in my heart. But moving on, we're going to Splat Zones, of course, on Inkblot Art Academy.
This map with this really, really big zone, retake will be very, very hard on both sides without specials.
Okay, here's the thing though. It's a big zone, but not really. Because it has the obelisk in the center.
That's true.
So, it's actually not that big of a zone. Like, when you're playing in it. Sure, on the map it looks big, but it, like, actually playing, it's not that big of a zone. And when you have that just giant tower in the middle, it really cuts off how you play in the zone. Oh my god.
It makes
in
it
the zone.
really awkward to play in the zone. I'm a massive fan of how you called it the obelisk, by the way. I'm stealing that.
Only because I saw some stupid meme on Twitter earlier that was like, why would you draw your OC getting smashed by an obelisk? And I was like, why would they do that? But moving in here, we see Blanks moving into this zone pretty fast. We have this gal and the Tetras quickly painting over everything with the headed hanging out right on their spot.
Yeah, we are pretty stuck in neutral. Blanks does look like they have the advantage. No, they do not. They are able to cap zone, but go 3 down. Ark should be able to retake zone here.
At the very least, they get it to a neutral, but now they have the zone. But that head was holding down the zone, and even when it was in that first neutral state, I couldn't believe Blanks didn't take it earlier. They, like, almost had it by, like, one more speck of paint, and they would have had the zone, but they didn't get it. So we have a lot of painting on both sides here. Blanks takes zone again. We're on 2 down on the side of Ak. Let's see how... I think they're gonna push up into their base here.
It's been a lot more back and forth than I initially thought, especially with how big the zone is and how long it takes to cap. Blanks is 2 down, and Ark is trying to make their way back into the zone. Taking a while to cap, of course. Probably gonna be stuck in neutral for a while. Unable to cap, Blanks is able to retake zone.
I mean, this is what it is, right? It stays in neutral for so long because on one side of the obelisk, you have a headed, and then on the other side, you have the pencil, and everyone's just consistently painting over their one half of the zone, and it just stays in neutral. But we have Ak back in control of this zone, with Blanks pushed back up into their plat area here, and Ak and Croc right on the cusp of jumping up into it.
Yeah, Blanks look like they're playing really, really careful and defensive on mocap here. Throwing out strikes, but it does feel like their teammates are a bit too far back to follow up on them.
Yeah, I mean, when you throw them out, but you're still up in, like, the upper part of the plat, I don't know how much use you're gonna get out of them. But they are pushing in now. Get taken down by the CRB. Zone's in neutral, but right back to Ak. We have this gal just fighting for their life. Gets taken down. That was a...
Yeah, it does look like it'll be a pretty clean whip from Ark here.
Yeah, but 7 seconds left. Blanks is sitting in the plat. Get the neutral, but not for too long. There's game 2. Goes to Ak and Croc.
It was, for a moment, I did feel like we were so bad when the strikes came out, but then 3 down, it's so over.
Oh, it's like that one graph, right?
Yeah.
We're so back. It's so over. We've never been more back. It's never been more over. Now, the only change I saw there, weapons-wise, was the stickers changed to a normal Splatana. They went to the Zipcaster one. They went to the vanilla. So do we think they're gonna do some... Oh! Okay. Tomu,
Yes.
we're going to Wahoo World.
Whoa. Oh wait, we gotta say wahoo!
Wahoo! We're going to Wahoo World!
Probably
This is very
something with the
interesting, my
Booyah Bomb
love.
then. The sword
Yeah.
with the Booyah Bomb, because that does cover zone perfectly.
This is definitely going to be... The stickers is going to come back out here. The stickers is going to come back up. But I want to see what they do with their range blaster that they love. Are they gonna keep running this alive for a living?
We're back.
Okay, we almost lost our streamer there for a minute, but all is well in the world. We're still here. Okay.
I thought it was a connection on my end.
No, because it was gone for me too. Alright, but we're going to Wahoo World. They're definitely gonna bring the stickers back out here. But on the CRB end. Do we think they're gonna bring the CRB back?
Possibly? It's... they do have, like, a lot of geometry on this map to play around. Like, it's definitely got the angles to work with.
They might, right? Because the zone is so small. And everyone's going to be sitting on the zone. So I think it's definitely prime Kraken territory. Oh, is that... Okay, they bring out the vanilla range blasters. So we're going bubble here. We want to protect our zone. And they don't bring out the stickers.
Wavebreaker, I believe.
Oh, yeah, it's Wavebreaker.
I do like how the zone is circular, so it does, like, feel really satisfying when a lot of these specials and subs in this game fit perfectly in the zone.
They do all fit perfectly. But I want to point out, they did not bring the stickers. We're still running the vanilla Splatana. We're zip casting.
Yeah, Blanks is able to take the zone initially. Gets 2 picks on Arc. I doubt they'll be able to do much here.
I'm trying to see where Aka's coming around from here, but Blanks is taking him out so fast that you can't even catch him. We get a Wavebreaker pop from the blaster here, trying to get some extra picks, maybe just a little bit of chip damage to make him easier. Get the zone into neutral, but not for long if Blanks is gonna pop those trip strikes and move right back forward.
Yeah, I was gonna mention, they all seem like they're trying to push in from the same side, but then the gal did approach from the other entrance to zone, and that took away quite a bit of attention from Blanks, which does let them take zone.
They get zoned
Not
down.
quite, there we go.
2 points, and now it's back to them. Now we're actually counting down. We get this headed to pop out. Zipcast and up into the plat. Gets 1. Can we get the other? Gets the... Oh my god, that's 3 from this Stamper here before they get taken down. What a tear.
Really cleans up.
Now let's see how Blanks moves back into the zone here. We're hanging around on this left side, this upper left platform here. Trying to push in. We're just getting some paint down before we drop in. Reslide around to the zone. And now we get strikes too. Good coordination of specials here, but we get 2 down before we're able to actually, get this zone taken.
And they're trying to position here, but their teammates do go down. They weren't able to get that in time. Blanks is 3 down. Or pseudo wipeout now. Staggering quite a bit. It does have a really, really strong lockout going.
Yeah, they were 2 down, but they still had to head it up, and they had push back a little bit, but then the head it goes down, and you can't really do anything with that.
Yeah.
So there's game 3 for Ak and Croc.
It is pretty nice to see a 2-1 for once.
Yeah, definitely. What a good showing, though.
Mm-hmm.
But now, we're going to be moving into our losers finals. We're going back to Vivify. And now we get to watch Ak and Croc again. Now, with this, how do you think this is going to go?
I'm not sure, honestly. I feel like it'd be pretty even.
Because we do have Battle of the Splatlings here, right?
Yeah.
We got two good Splatlings coming out. Or actually, no. Splatling was on the side of blanks. They were not running a Splatling, I don't think. They were running a pencil instead. So we are going to see the Splatlings come back out from Storm here. So we're going to see some very heavy painting, which is, exactly what you want for this kind of tournament.
Yeah. Paint for zones. Thumbs up.
Yeah, it's really easy, guys. Stop pretending Splatoon is so hard to comprehend. Just paint. That's it.
Paint the floor.
So, the voices in my head are telling me that people decided to go play open while waiting for their match. So I think we're going to go on a very short break here while we wait for everyone to get together and come and play for us.
Yeah, we'll see you guys in a bit. Goodbye.
We could be holding up our light. We could be fighting for what's right. Or we could be falling to pieces. Under the bridge of fire burns. Somewhere the pages start to turn. And somebody whispers, I need this. I will do anything just to make you see. Don't apologize for what's in your dreams. Maybe this time will be different. It's only us. It's only us. It's only us
And we're actually here now with our losers finals. People are done playing open and they're ready to actually play the tournament. Now we're here with Vivify and Ak and Croc, and we're going to be starting on the classic Mahi Mahi Resort.
from what I've seen from both of these teams, I do feel like this matchup is gonna be pretty even.
I think it will be, especially the showing we just saw with Ak against Blanks. And what we saw, even though it was a 3-0 sweep in winners finals on Vivify, like we said, it's the 3-0 is not the story. The actual scores within the game are the story. And they were a lot closer games than a 3-0 looks.
But yeah, we are moving on to Mahi Mahi, and I do feel like I do really like the mechanic of rising floors. Yeah.
Yeah, the lowering of the water.
Yeah.
And, you know, the way you want to play Mahi Mahi too is you want to get that rush to 60 to get the water to come up. Because, I mean, before the water goes down, it's such a cramped map. Everyone is on top of each other. And it's kind of hard to actually play around each other. You're all piled on top. Everyone is on top of everyone. And it's, like, it's just bloody in the zone.
Yeah, you can't really play the game till then. It does force a lot of fights to happen, which I find really interesting, and it could be like, it does make a pretty good content.
But let's see. We see kind of the same thing we were seeing before. We got that heavy edit on the side of Colors Pending, on the side of Vivify. And then we have that range blaster on the side of Ak. Quickly gets taken down though. Let's see if we can get this stamp run. Oh my god, Ak and Croc 3 down, and we have Vivify just running straight up into their faces.
Stamp not quite able to get that fourth player on Arc. Vivify does go 3 down in like Arc and Croc does take 3 down from Vivify. Another 3 down, but this shouldn't be too detrimental for them because they were bullied during the process.
I want to see how Vivify is able to retake here, right? Because we're not going to see that wall that we saw from Blanks on Mahi, but we can do something else, especially while the water's still up, while we're all right on top of each other. And now we have the water down though, so now we're going to have to spread out a little bit, get some ink down, and really place our feet down on this zone and hold it.
Yeah, it's like what you were saying earlier. Now that the water's down, it does feel like the game is going a bit slow. Alcon Croc does go 3 down, but Vivify does also like go down in return. They're able to hold zone pretty well. Alcon Croc aren't quite able to capitalize off the members down on Vivify, as they have their own members down.
Well, you know, Mahi's not a real map until the water goes down.
This is
And
true.
you can hold zone. You can hold zone when you have a head hit, and everyone else is 30 feet ahead of you. But we're down into the 20s now. This might be a game. Let's see. But I've seen games stop on lower numbers. I want to see Croc retake this zone. I want a nail biter. I want to see something crazy happen. That Stamper trying to do it all by himself. He's a one-man show, but he can't do it. Vivify takes game 1 of Losers Finals.
That Stamper tried their best, and I respect it.
Yeah, you know, you still gotta give him the pat on the back. He had more determination than anyone could ever. He was the star of the show. Even if he lost, he's still the winner in my heart.
Maybe I was wrong on the fact that it'd be even. But it's still too early to decide.
We still have more maps to play.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we could gentleman sweep for all we know. We could see Vivify take this game too, and then Ak take 3, 4, and 5. Anything can happen here.
Yeah.
I want to see what they pick for the counter pick here, though. Because
Yeah, still waiting on them for that, yeah.
yeah, we still gotta wait on a counter pick. You know, it's not as bad as low ink. Low ink will have you waiting 20 minutes for a counter pick. I don't know how they do it. I had to put a timer on the screen one time.
Do you know anyone who doesn't find low ink draining?
The people who get eliminated day 1.
I mean, this is true, but they do still have to, like, play all 6 sets.
6 sets is not that much to play, though, in a tournament. It's, like, it's not that much. When it's all best of 3, It's not that much.
It's a Play 03.
Is it?
Yeah.
There wasn't one last month, so I already forgot how things function. But
Link is like exciting before you get into it, tiring.
we
during
have
it, and
to
then-
learn. We have to learn how to play draining tournaments because have you seen the North American League?
I have
Top
not.
cut is 9 hours after it starts.
Wait, what?
9 hours.
What? That's wild.
Like we gotta get some stamina in the North American scene, in the EU scene, because
Even
do we see how that's going over there?
I see.
Like if low ink's draining, man oh man, do we got some work to do?
Even Nintendo is encouraging people to not have a life.
Yeah. Why would you have a life when you can dedicate your paycheck to Nintendo? You know, think about
You
it.
make a good point.
A hard decision there.
Please
But
don't
we're going
actually
back
do
to the
this.
obelisk. The obelisk makes a return. We're going back to Inkblot Art Academy. Now this is gonna be the same thing we saw before. You're gonna have a headed on one side of it, and you're gonna have a pencil on the other, and it's just gonna stick in neutral.
Like, neutral is just the game here. And,
this.
like, I guess by proxy there will be a lot of special spam because of all
yeah.
the special points they're getting.
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, we're gonna see 1 million bajillion coolers, and you know what? That's what we're here for. How could we ever give up the cooler? As much as we want to give up the cooler, and coolerless comps can be fun. I like seeing coolerless comps. We can never give up the cooler. We're addicted to it. We can't put down the cup.
It's the monster of Splatoon.
Going in here though. No changes on the side of Vivify. None on the side of Auchenkrok. Let's see
It
how
does
we
feel
go.
like Auchenkrok are running a paint deficient comp. So I can definitely see them struggling on this map, especially when the zone is this big.
Yeah, bringing the range blaster here is certainly an interesting choice, but you know, I trust them to cook. They brought it, so clearly they have some ideas that I don't. I mean, you have this 52 gal to lead the way into the zone here. It's maybe we'll get this big one day.
Taking a while. That's definitely scrambling. There we go. A quad on the
Ooh.
side of Vivify, and they should be able to get a pretty good lead from this.
I think so, especially when you have a Zipcaster that's just gonna come up into plat and terrorize them with a Reef Slider to follow up. Blaster's able to take one down on an assist, but we gotta get back into the zone here.
Yeah, Auchenkrok almost gets a quad on Vivify, and I think this is how they want to play for most of the game. If they can't outpaint them, they've got to outslay them, and they've done that here, which does let them take zone.
Oh yeah, the answer here is violence. 100%.
Yes.
There's no
Absolutely.
neutral game to play here because you don't have the paint to play a neutral game. So the answer is nothing but aggression. You have to be in their face and nowhere else. You have to be annoying. You have to be everywhere they can't see you before they just die.
Yeah, they're trying so hard to make a comeback. Definitely giving way too much attention to that zip here, and I think that will cause them to lose the zone. Yeah, Auchenkrok are 3 down. It's just the pencil holding it for them. This pencil
Yeah.
has to try fend off the lockout, the impending lockout.
A pencil can only do so much on their own. They can paint a lot, but you can only do one or the other with a pencil. You can either focus on the splats or you can focus on the paint. There's no both. Yeah, and we're still sitting here holding this zone strong. Pencil does get a pick. Let's see if Auchenkrok can move forward a little bit, but they get one more down. Zone's in neutral, and we still have 3 up on the side of Vivify holding it down.
It's really interesting why Auchenkrok decided to run this comp, because they don't even have any, like, painting specials. Nothing that can help them instantly cap zone. They've got to do it all manually.
This is why I'm confused why they brought the Wave Breaker kit instead of the CRB. like a Kraken would have helped a little bit here, I feel like. The Wave Breaker might help with the chip damage, but that's only if you sit in the zone the whole time, right? We're not sitting in the zone. We're not able to play this neutral game here. So I feel like the Wave Breaker isn't doing much. But we are 3 down on the side of Vivify. Almost a pseudo wipe there, missing the 4th. The Tetras get a jump out while Croc's able to move into the zone.
Yeah, now they have a reslider, and unlike Croc, this isn't this is a resource they can actually use to like zone cheese.
The zone cheese does not work as well on this map.
It does
The Reef Slider is still good, but it doesn't work as well. I feel Booyah or Tri-Strikes are a much better pick here. And they might actually take this. You know, I said in the beginning, I trust them to cook. They might be cooking a little bit. But Zone does go back to Vivify. Let's see if they can work with these penalty points and take the lead here.
Yeah, Croc got 2 down. They could probably zip here, but there'd be no one able to follow up with it. Zip goes down pretty much immediately. Slider comes out. Oh, Vivify are 3 down once again. Croc might be able to retake zone here.
They had a beautiful coordination of specials, but it wasn't enough. Croc still able to hold this zone with only 6 points left on the board and a minute left in the game. I want to see if they can still hold it. This pencil is pretty frontline. We got the frontline pencil coming back out. Gal coming around the right side trying to get some picks. Pops the whale. It gets a nice fill of sodas, but gets taken down.
Yeah, as a backline, you kind of have to play a bit more forward if you don't really have any teammates, or like when you really, really need to make a comeback.
They are playing heavy on this aggression, though, like we said. You don't have the paint, so you have to play with aggression. Keep them down so they can't put paint on the ground.
And from what it looks like, Vivify is trying to rush in because they think they're able to outpaint Croc, but whenever they do come in, they just get immediately taken down.
Ooh,
A double from
on
the
that.
double from the Stamper.
That blaster going down is really bad for Croc. I think.
Yeah.
But they also, it's in neutral right now. So we're in overtime now. That blaster going down was really bad. And now Vivify has control of the zone. But they have to hold it from here. And they have to hold it through all these penalty points down to 5. But I think Croc, Croc is able to take control back of the zone. They take game 2 here.
I do feel like if Vivify tried to play a bit more passively during that that final hold, they might have been able to possibly get the win, just because Croc didn't have any special that could help them quote-unquote cheese the cap.
Yeah, that blaster going down was dangerous, right? Because that blaster was getting a lot of their picks. But at the same time, when that blaster went down, it took 2 with it. So you have the blaster down, but you're also 2 down yourself. And one of the 2 is your backline. So how far do you really go with that?
Yeah.
But we have a counter pick really fast.
Yeah. Zone's on Hagglefish.
We're on the move. We got no time to waste here. We know where we're playing. We know where we're going. We know what we're doing. Zone's Hagglefish. This is where we see a lot of the off angles on both the left and the right sides.
Really devastating if you're unable to catch a flank.
We'll see a return of the pencil flank, I hope.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
We did catch it in winners finals. We did catch the pencil flank. I want to see him get something with it. I want to see him get something with it. But I feel like... Do you think there's going to be a lot of tent camping here? I think there might be. I think with the combination of the head-it and this range blaster that they're not putting down, I think there might be a good bit of it.
Do you think they'll be changing up their comps at all?
I want to see something else other than the range blaster, to be honest. I don't know if we will.
I mean, these teams seem like they're comfortable playing what they're playing. And they seem to both have their distinct play styles.
They definitely do. I mean, they have faith in the range blaster. So if you have faith, you know, don't listen to me.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me. I can't even play in SAC. But going in, Let's see here. We don't put down the range blaster. We're sticking with it. Looks like
No,
same
that-
console sides.
Mad respect for bringing a paint deficit comp into a zones tournament and, you know, for making it work as well.
Yeah, you know, more power to him. If you can run the paint deficit like high points for special, and you can win with it, more power to you. We got Vivify getting an early little cap, but don't get too much on it. Ock and Croc coming right up on him. Blaster trying to take him down, but now they actually get a good solid hold on the zone here.
Yeah, Vivify did have one down, trying to really hard to push that player on the side. Wavebreaker is a mid, but nobody's really playing off of it.
You got the Waybreakers just sitting there. It's for decoration, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sitting here. We have the Stamper on an off angle gets taken down by this heavy edit. This heavy edit taking a good frontline position, moving up onto their ramp while we push Ock and Croc back into their plat.
Yeah, this is a really solid hold they've got here. And I feel like they could continue this lock as long as the edit is standing here. Like, yeah, you can see that the players are jumping right back in and aren't really losing too much time.
Yeah, for you to go 3 down and the worst position to be neutral, I mean, I say that, but they take the zone right after. But it goes neutral again right afterwards. I mean, that's a pretty good show of power there. If you're able to push them back that far, that they only cap the zone for a second, I think that's a pretty powerful showing you have on your end. And they're right back in the same position now too. You have people rushing up into the plat. Blaster trying to get some picks, but missing. We have this Stamper hiding on the ledges here, trying to get some picks of their own. Gets one. Zipcaster comes out going after this blaster, see if they can get it, but get taken down by the blaster.
Even if it wasn't able to get any picks, it was able to draw quite a bit of attention, and that does allow Vivify to extend their hold on the zone.
Yeah, I mean, they're all the way down to 13 points now, and that's working through a penalty. But zone goes into neutral. It looks like Ock is going to cap it. Maybe not.
3 down on
We're 3
Vivify.
down. Yeah,
4
we're 3 down on Vivify. There we go. Now they have the zone, and they're able to put themselves into that nice position that Vivify had on them.
They all went down so quickly and so suddenly. I wonder if they tied to a bomb or something.
It had to be, right?
Yeah.
There was no
totally.
specials pop. But we have this gal coming around, Vivify coming after him, Stamper gets one, moving up on this ramp into the zone. Ooh!
Wipeout from Ock and Croc.
Wipeout.
From what I was seeing, it looked like Vivify was just rushing on their own. They're really close to winning the match. Like, they're on 8 points, so I could imagine they were panicking and thinking if they could just cap the zone one more time, they would be able to get the win.
Yeah, you're not in a position you should be panicking, right? But it feels like we are a little bit. It feels like we're rushing the game a little bit. I mean, now's the time to panic. Now you start panicking. Now, 3 points, 2-1, and there we go. There's game 3 for Ock and Croc.
Yeah, I was saying, maybe it wasn't panic, but maybe it was mostly, like, a rush to put penalty points on, Ock and Croc.
That's definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
I think penalty points and also trying to push them away or distract a little bit. But instead, you just had people running out on their own and not really being able to get anything of value.
Yeah. But moving on, waiting on a counter pick.
We're definitely we're gonna see the same thing again, for sure.
It does kind of feel like they are Vivify did play off their counter pick very well. Like, they had a very strong start.
They did. They had a really good start, but Ock and Croc was able to turn that same start right back on them once they had the zone. But now we're gonna go into Mako Mart, and here the Stamper is gonna have a fun time here, right? This is the Stamper's playground. The ledges, this is for them. The Blaster will also have a fun time here.
It's technically even.
This is where Slayers come to play. Like, anyone who loves the ledge, they love Mako. Mako is ledge central. But at the same time...
Elise is really, like, Mako as well.
They do, because it's just
Yeah.
one straight view across the whole thing. You know?
We don't have one on either teams though. Nobody's
Yeah,
talking today.
We have a pencil and we have a head it. So, in the way that those two have been playing too, I think we'll see a little more than just sitting in one position. I mean, obviously you do from any backline, right? But more than you usually do here.
Do you think? Well, I doubt they would, but I'll ask again. Do you think they'll be switching any weapons?
No, I don't think so. we're on game 4 now. We haven't switched at all. I
Yeah.
don't think we will. But let's find out.
Like I said, they're comfortable with what they're running. They'll continue to run it.
Oh,
The
I'm a
decaf.
liar. I'm a
Okay,
liar.
I
We
lied,
brought up the
I lied.
decaf.
We're both liars.
So, instead of what did they have before that they were playing?
I believe it was a stamper instead of a decaf.
Did they both have a stamper? Am I crazy?
Wait, you're so right. Maybe
I
am
might be
just
crazy.
misremembering.
I might be crazy. But we have a decaf now. And I want to see what this decaf can do. We got the bubble for the zone because we want to hold, we want to protect the zone when we're on a little bit of a paint deficit, as we have pointed out before.
I
So,
do feel like,
especially when the zone is like one of the more lower platforms on this map, other than just the flanks, you want to be able to protect it from above, and that's exactly what that bubble's going to do. But not if it gets shredded by a head.
Yeah, I do feel like a decaf can paint a bit more than a sword. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 2 down on Vivify. Alpencroft is able to continue their reign of terror. As we've seen from the previous 2 games, if they take this game, they will be able to win the set. Whilst they're trying their best, able to get the kill, putting Vivify on a pretty heavy lookout.
I mean, this is a great position to be in until you go down. And now, Vivify is going to rush into the zone, but look out. You have a decavitator behind you. Don't look now. Don't look now. This decav is going to go on a tear. They're going to take this zone all by themselves.
Warning, violence on screen.
Yeah, make sure we put the mature tag on this stream. We have a certified killer on our hands here. But not for
Yeah,
long. Not if
okay,
his head says anything to wow. Not if the head has anything to say about it. They're gonna take this zone right back. And we're gonna work through these penalty points and hopefully get this lead back for Vivify.
Yeah, they've got 2 specials ready. We see the will go out on Alpencroft, not quite able to get anything or really displace anyone. Cooler
Yeah.
goes out, headed not quite able to get to benefit off of it. Gal tried their best to take zone from behind, but is caught off guard. Wait, no. Yeah, no, their plans were foiled.
Yeah, I mean, Auchencroc is able to push up into this zone here now that Vivify is pushing into the plat. You had this decav that was just waiting off to the side for everyone to move out of the zone so that they can move in. And now, oh, it's my zone now. Don't worry about it, guys.
If it's a property, the zone is not my property.
But now we're gonna have Auchencroc sitting in the zone, doing the same thing Vivify did to them, right? We're just gonna sit in it and we're not gonna move. Because if we do move, they're gonna take the zone. Because there's gonna be one guy hiding off to the side. He's gonna wrap around and he's gonna take the zone all by himself.
Yeah, Vivify does have the lead here. They have the slider cheese, and it is pretty effective on this map. This isn't a resource that Auchencroc has access to, so they do really want to take lead before overtime is forced to happen. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it might be really detrimental for them.
We gotta get control of this zone. And we do. We take control of the zone. But the thing is, you have a headed sharking on the side. The headed is waiting for you to take the zone. So he can take the zone right back. And when you go 3 down while you're trying to protect the zone, and you have a headed sharking the zone, they're gonna get that zone. It's gonna be their zone. We're trying to get some picks up here in the plat. We're hiding back, trying to get some stuff with the whale, but we're not really finding anything so far. Vivify is just holding on to this zone. They have their nails sunk into it.
Oh yeah, Vivify has their specials once again. Reef sliding beyond the zone, trying to push Arkencroft into lockout, which they are successful with and are able to take the game.
I mean, you can't go into a neutral if you have 4 players staring you down coming up on ramp. They tried their hardest. They were the little squid that could. But we're going into a game 5. Tell me, what's our first game 5? Are you excited?
It's our first game 5. Yeah. A little
This is
tired
so
because it's been a pretty long day for me. But it will be hype, trust.
We love game 5s. Streamers don't love game 5s. I'm sorry, CKK. I know you're tired. But we love game 5s. It's cinema. It's entertainment. The people
Absolute
live for the
cinema.
game 5s. You can't see it, but I'm doing the hands. Promise I'm doing the hands.
Jazz hands. Absolute cinema.
I mean, I want to see another wacky counterpick again. I want to see something like Wahoo World again. What's even crazier than Wahoo World that's even in the map list that we could do? Let's see. Is there anything? I have to go look at the match, I think. Let's see. Okay, nothing too crazy from here. I think the craziest option we have here is like Ship Shape or Urchin. And Urchin's a really, really tiny zone. And I feel like the Blaster would love it. But I don't know if they're gonna pick it.
I feel like once you're in Urchin painting the zone from, well, actually being in the zone, you're being gunned down by people on both sides of the elevated ground of the zone.
Oh yeah, if you're actually physically in the zone, it's death by firing squad. Because everyone is looking down at you because it's just a pit. But if you do hang out above the zone, and I do believe that the Range Blaster has the range to... Oh, we're not going to Urchin. We're going to Barnacle. Another big open map. Barnacle's big and open, and I feel like it's a little bit of a steamroll map, to be honest. If it's not back and forth, it's steamroll.
Yeah.
There's no like normal game. There's no
normal is subjective.
Yeah, well, there's no like I hold it for 40 points and then you hold it for 40 points. Because back and forth to me is like 15, 20 points.
True. Yeah, once you have that plaque, it's pretty much over for the other side until they somehow magically get back in.
Yeah, like if you're able to rotate around and get up into that little like sniper perch area, then you're able to hold them in their base.
Oh, we see a Wiper.
Alright, we bring a Wiper instead of Decav or Stamper. We're just playing all the swords today.
Wiper's definitely a lot more aggressive, I feel, than both of these weapons. Maybe equally as aggressive as the Stamper.
The Ultra Stamp from this Wiper here, too, will be really good. With how open this map is, I think we're gonna see some good Stamp throws. But we do have Auchenkrot holding on to this zone right now. We got 1 down, 2 down on the side of Vivify. Zone goes into neutral. This Ultra Stamp comes out, gets 1, but gets traded down.
Yeah, Vivify goes 3 down really quickly. That's a wipeout. Auchenkrot is able to come back really quickly and rush into that spawn. Pencil's staying pretty far back to get pull this up for their team, so they're able to come back if they do manage to get pushed out of the lockout. Stamp jump scare!
I feel like this is a solid map pick for them. With combining the Stamp and the Range Blaster, they're able to get a lot of chip damage off, especially with, like, it's not much of a ledge map, but there is the ledges to play around, right? Like that little wall right next to the zone you can play around, and that whole pit to the side there. Like, there's a lot of stuff to play around, as much as it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, Arthur and Croc are 3 down. Now it's Vivify's turn on lockout duty. Yeah, they've got 2 specials as well, ready to throw at them. What if they try to make a comeback?
Yeah, 2 specials at the ready, trying to hold them in, but we go 2 down while we're waiting to use them, and sadly the 2 were the ones with specials. Tetras were coolered up though, so they do come back with it. We're gonna pop that reslider, get the zone back before Alk and Croc's able to take the lead.
Yeah, things do feel pretty even, battle-wise, but in terms of zone, Vivify has a really solid hold on it. The Stamp isn't quite able to do anything, and Vivify is able to take in 3.
I mean, you run up on a head it. What'd you expect?
Edited.
I mean, you gotta know what to expect when you're coming up on a head it, right? You gotta know.
Getting shot in the face. Yeah, we will be moving on to a break, and we should be back right before finals.
Not
Grand
gonna be too
finals.
long of a break. We're just gonna get a little breather, drink some water, maybe get a little bit of a snack before we go into grands here. But we won't be too long. We'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah.
mind work backwards just for a minute. I hold on to you before the memory's gone. I remember you. You lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you. You make me stronger. Can't go without it much longer. Remember, remember. I remember you. You lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you. You make me stronger. Can't go without it much longer. Remember, remember.
Welcome back. These are grand finals, and we have Duels versus Vivify. So, from what I've heard, we might not be seeing Yeti on the team of Duels, and we'll be seeing Silver instead.
Yeah, we're gonna be going to possibly like a triple frontline comp here, because obviously, you know, we're gonna have who is it? Noah stick on that pencil, but then you have Volticarbon, Argo on the Sorella, which is basically just a frontline. But then we're gonna bring in Silver on the Splatana. So we're just gonna, it's gonna be very, very aggro comp here.
And it's possible that we'll see a reverse sweep. I mean, going into the bracket reset because of this, because of a new player, not a new player, but like someone they're not too familiar with be on that team.
It's a possibility, but also these are players who do play together a lot, even if they're not on a team together, so to speak. You know, it's just getting used to each other in the end of the tournament now that it might be a little bit weird, but they do play together a lot as it is. But
Yeah, Vivify might also be carrying the momentum from their previous sets, while Dios did have like quite a bit of time to rest beforehand.
yeah, some players might be getting a little too much rest.
They need to warm up again.
We are going back to the zone in Vivify's favor, but we do have the aura coming up really fast, getting a wipe out on Vivify in zone and back to them, and they're going to rush up into Vivify's zone area. I do note, the water has come up. We didn't break 60. Don't know what happened there.
Huh, that's interesting. Maybe it was 60 for a brief second, and then the game bugged or something. But anyways, Duels is 2 down again. Vivify able to take back control. Their slider player just went down, so they can't really push up any further with that slider.
Yeah, we have... there's the ledge play I was talking about earlier. But now we do have Dior coming back in as they were just pushed into their zone. We're trying to get the stickers down, gets it, but the gal gets the stamper in return. Gets taken down by the pencil, and now, you know, this is the little pencil that could here. Alright, there we go. Zone back in control of the ores. We're gonna rush up into Vivify's plat, and we're gonna just try to keep them down for as long as we can, so that we can get the lead back.
Yeah, it does feel like there's been quite a bit of back and forth. It doesn't really feel like there's many players down on both teams at the same time. It's always either like players down on one side and all four up on the other side. Like right now, yeah, Vivify gets a wipeout, able to push back in and take zone control.
Yeah, we're either one down or a wipeout. And I must say, that was a very nasty reef slider that we saw that took out the one on board.
Really awkward angle.
It gets them the zone, you know? So you can't hate it if it's winning. We have this pencil just trying their best, gets taken down by the stickers. Vivify just gonna really fight strong, trying to take control of the zone, but Dolores is taking them down.
Yeah, it's just the edit fighting for the zone here. Not really able to do much without the rest of their team. Goes down, and now the rest of their team is back in. The Jet is able to get 2 and an assist. They are definitely able to take lead off of this. Gal trying to make a solo play, but not quite working out for them.
Beautiful Jet play there from Aggro. Love to see it. And now we're going down into the last 10 ticks of this game. Dolores has just got to hold this steady, and this is theirs.
Slider came in just a few seconds late.
Just a little too late. Dolores takes game 1 here, and we just saw the little shark that could try their very best, but they get a knockout game 1.
Yeah. Seems like Doe still got some of that juice left in them. Juice trademark.
Well, you know what? You gotta get a little nap in, you know? You're all well rested, ready to go.
It seems
Vivify also might be a little gassed coming from the losers bracket as well. They did, so you know, they lost in winners, and that's where they went to in losers finals, right? So you lose in winners finals, you go straight to losers finals. So they did have a wait there before they got to play again. Then they won the match and go straight to this. So they also had a break in between. This isn't like we're watching someone on a Cinderella run all the way from the bottom of losers.
Yeah, it did feel like there was like midway through that match where like got their warm up, and then afterwards they just shredded Vivify.
Yeah, you know, something clicked.
Yeah.
We had a little bit of awkwardness in the beginning, and then it all clicked together. And I want to say it was right before that wipeout that they got on the side of Vivify. You know, before that, they got a wipeout themselves. They were wiped out. And they had a little awkwardness, regrouped in the base, pushed back out, and got the wipeout on Vivify, and then they just held it from there. But now we're moving on to the museum.
Museum zones.
And this is the same thing that we saw in Winners Final, too. We saw that museum zones. And we're going to see the same thing here. We have this... Yeah, same comps, both sides. So we're going to see a lot of sharking around. I want to see that Volti-Carbon just getting some good rotations around this map like we saw before on Makeup.
I do want to mention, it does feel like both sides are running really, really aggressive comps. Like, Stamper and Carbon are both really aggressive front lines, which do both go down immediately as the game starts. And on the side of Vivify, you have the Stamper, Tetra, and the Gal, which are also really, really aggressive.
I mean, we're borderline hyperdiving here. The only thing holding them back is those coolers.
Yeah. And it's not
early,
for them, both of them.
Early lead here on the side of Vivify. We're holding mid really solid. I mean, look around, the whole thing's blue. We're gonna try and take out this Brella, shred this shield, take them down. We have this pencil trying to fight around from the corner, not really getting too much, just a little pain on the ground. We're already past 60 points, get taken down by this pencil and this headed trying to get them down while they rotate out.
Yeah, Doho's really got to lock in if they want to take back zone, which they do. And now if they want to continue to hold it, they've got to try and stay alive and take down players at Vivify, which unfortunately for them, they aren't doing very well.
Poor Aggro here, we're just watching them get jumped. They drop down by themselves and immediately 3 players on them. There's Carbon trying to get something, but it's just a trade from both. Stamper, Zipcaster coming out, trying to distract them, get eyes off the zone, but instead they're just putting more eyes on the zone and get taken down before they can even get out of the Zipcaster.
Yeah, it does really look like the Carbon is struggling from the lack of splash from Yeti. And that they are like having a pretty hard time getting in and getting those kills that their team really, really needs.
Yeah, that carbon, they need a lot of paint on the ground to be able to rotate around like they really like to do. But, I mean, we have this tent jumping around, getting a couple picks here, gets one, painting the zone, making sure it stays orange. We don't want to see any other colors here. We want to be able to keep Vivify as far away from mid as possible.
Yeah, I've noticed once Vivify has once either team has a hold on the zone, like the horse here, they're able to hold it really, really well. Like what we just saw, the horse just in one push got the timer down to 43.
Yeah, we're seeing nothing but massive pushes here. But now we're at the point where it's going to be a lot of back and forth, I feel like. People are just going to keep going down on each side, and it's going to be onesies and twosies, and we're going to get like 10 points off the zone, and it's going to swap, and then we're going to go back, we're going to get 2 down, we're going to get 10 points off the zone, and it's going to swap.
Yeah, the horse really trying their best now. They seem to have locked in, they seem to have figured out Vivify's strategy. Honestly, really, really risky position from the pencil that worked out for them for a bit until they got punished by the zip.
Little bit of shredding there from the zip before they get shredded by a heavy edit. We got the horse back in charge of the zone here. Wipeout on the side of Vivify, and now we're gonna push up. We're gonna paint their plat orange. We're gonna try and lock them in as hard as we can.
Pencil is taking a really, really far forward position, really, really wanting to lock out Vivify here, and they do want to do so if they want to take a clean victory.
Yeah, no, you want the pencil this far up right now. You want to be able to keep them from even getting past that little floaty there, right? You want to keep them up there so that blue can't touch the zone. But blue touches the zone, and blue takes the zone. We have Vivify in control of the zone now. This Jet trying to take down these 2 players here, but we have the Booyah Bomb coming out to counter it. Gets traded out.
The pencil may have taken a really, really aggressive position there, but Vivify did just realize they could just run past them, and that allowed them to sneak into mid when no one was really looking because everyone was preoccupied with that plat.
Or the humble right turn, if you will. You know, you watch everyone there, but they can turn right. It's not a straight road. 2 from this carbon here on a tear.
Really, really close here.
3 gets, oh my god. Okay, this carbon gets 4 all by themselves before they get taken down by the Tetras here. It's a scramble for the zone here. It's just the pencil up. We're gonna go into overtime. Or, no, we won't. I can't read times.
I'm surprised Vivify was able to take zone that because I saw Duos take down quite a few players, but not quite quickly enough in succession as their coolers were really coming in clutch for them.
That carbon was on an absolute tear in the zone. But they could not follow up on it, was the thing. They got 4 down before they respawn back in, right?
Yeah.
But the carbon goes down by 1. And then 2 more go down, and it's nothing but the pencil left. And so Vivify is just able to take the zone from there.
Moving on, we will be seeing Mako zones again.
We're going back to Costco. What do you got to pick up from Costco, Tomo?
Like everything.
Me
Can't think of
personally,
anything specific.
I'm going for the carne asada breakfast burritos. I really need some more frozen breakfast food.
This is not sponsored, by the way.
We're not sponsored at Dapple Productions, but still donate to our coffee.
Hell yeah.
We're not sponsored, which is why we need you to donate to our coffee.
Oh, I need to get like a new mouse. I could probably go to Costco for that.
You know what? Speaking of electronics from Costco, I bought my PC as a pre-built from Costco. And it's actually really great, surprisingly.
Oh. Like specs-wise or function-wise or both?
Both.
Oh,
Well, I mean, if it's
great.
good spec-wise, it should be good function-wise, right? But same comps going in here, except on the side of doors, we stick we switch over to the sticker stamper instead of the vanilla. So we're pulling out the Booyah Bomb for Costco.
Yeah, I do feel like Booyah Bomb could definitely help Paint Zone in a panic. You need someone to follow up on it though. Booyah Bomb can't solo Paint Zone, and it's really, really easy to paint over as well. The sprinkler definitely seemed to be threatening to the Tetras in the corner there.
Well, so you do have someone to follow up on the bomb, right? You have a carbon roller.
Yes. And acts as a really, really good smoke screen.
It does. Exactly. You have your carbon roller to follow up. And not only that, you also have the Sorella Umbrella, which not much of a painter on its own, but I feel like in a comp like this, it's gotta be a painter. And then you also have your pencil able to, make sure paint is on the ground for you.
Yeah. Stamp is trying to go for picks here. Gets a really, really nice angle on the edit over there. Jaws is taking quite a few teamfights together, but it doesn't feel like they have too much attention on the zone, and that might be what causes them to lose with the cap. Yeah, the Reef Slider comes in, Pencil not really able to do anything aside from providing jumps.
I mean, we lost the cap, but we got it down to 16, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a really good first push. And we're already putting the zone back in neutral too, right? We're coming up fast. We're not pressing the brakes at all. We're coasting down the hill, and we floored it before we started rolling.
Yeah, that quick flip from Vivify was just... I can't think of an analogy for this. Just pretend that's a good analogy.
We're frying bacon and the pan started sizzling at us.
Yeah, it's just
something like that. I don't know. But they are dominating on this map, which, it makes sense. They picked this as their counter pick. I would hope they're able to dominate on their counter pick. We're gonna see this Booyah Bomb
is
come
amazing.
out. It almost worked. We got the zone in neutral. Vivify has this zone now, and now they're gonna try and steamroll Noors, just like Noors steamrolled them.
Vivify got that zone flip really, really clutch actually. Doors was only able to get down one from their score before the penalty ran out.
Oh, you're right. They did only get it down to 15. And now they have another 49 penalty points stacked right on top of that, while Vivify is actually able to tick down their real points, and we're down into the 40s now. You blink and it'll be 15.
Yeah. Doors look like they're kind of panicking. They're staggering really, really hard, and which is honestly understandable. You're so close to winning the game, and now Vivify has a really, really strong lead. Of course you'd want to come back in and take zone, but Vivify is just not allowing that to happen.
Yeah, this Stamper desperately trying to get that Booyah ready. Yeah, we get zone cap, we're gonna really paint heavily. We're gonna hang on all these ledges, we're gonna pick people off as we see them because we don't want anyone getting past this wall. The second they get past this wall, we start jeopardizing our zone. And we cannot have that happening when we're a minute 30 left and we're at 15 and 8.
Yeah, that Stamper trying to go for another sticky angle on the edit. Not quite successful with it. Booyah Bomb goes out. Reef Slider goes out. Another Booyah Bomb goes out. Dios is able to hold that zone, and that sprinkler on the roof is really, really helping them out. And they're able to take the game.
That was almost really dangerous for both teams. Wow, Door's able to clutch it up in the end there, getting the knockout.
Honestly, that ceiling sprinkler was huge.
That Booyah was huge. Vivify popped their Booyah, and Doors had a Booyah to counter it immediately. And that was so important for them recapping the zone after it went into neutral. Because it was one sneeze of ink away from being Vivified and penalty points being reapplied. We're going back to Costco? No, we're not.
Oh. I mean, Costco discount.
We're going to the
Costco.
farmer's market. We're going to the farmer's market instead.
Costco
All right.
video.
So, this We saw... Who did we see? We saw Vivify rolling on this in Losers. But it got turned around on them really fast. So I want to see, will the Ors do the same thing? And be able to turn it around really fast on them? Or will they actually be able to hold it this time? We are at match point. So if the Ors wins it here, that's it for them.
Yeah. Vivify has the power to make this tournament drag on really, really long. If they wanted to.
Same comps, both sides here. We're gonna rush into zone. Let's see.
Stream lagging a little bit for me.
Alright, we have this Stamper on an off angle here, trying to get some picks while the zone's still in a neutral. We're 3 down on the side of the Ors, and Vivify is able to cap it here for them.
Yeah. Like you said, just like last time, they're able to get zone really, really quickly. But I also wonder, once they get locked out of zone, if they'll be able to take it back.
And that's what's important here for them. This is their counterpick map. They know they're able to roll on this, but they have to keep the momentum. If they lose the momentum, they lose the zone. And Ors is able to run really fast around them.
Yeah, Vivify is staggering, but not so much to a point where they're losing zone. Never mind, I lied. Duos is able to take back zone. Vivify is still not quite locked out. And they are still very much able to make a comeback, especially with that Reef Slater.
A little bit of an early Reef
stamp.
Reef Slater was a little early on the pop there. I wasn't able to get too much on the zone. It's in a neutral now, back in control of Vivify. And Ors was just 3 down, mind you. Right? So, they gotta put in a lot here to get it back up. They get taken down by this Headed just sitting in the corner here. You know, the Slayer's worst enemy. How are you supposed to approach this zone when you have a Headed staring you in the face?
You know, that Edit did a really, really good job at holding the zone while the team was 3 down.
Well, I mean, when you're a Headed and your opponents are a Stamper who is 50 feet away from you in a Carbon Roller, I think you're okay.
Yeah, you're right. Well, until you realize you can't see what the Carbon is.
Yeah, but the Carbon was not doing a good job at hiding at that moment. But we're gonna keep moving on here. Zone's back in neutral. We have a Carbon with the Zuka coming out, trying to get some picks, misses. We have this gal squirmishing around in the little area right here. Not getting too much. It's taken down by the Carbon from behind. You blink and the Carbon's behind you.
Yeah, it seems like Vivify is starting to stagger really hard here. This might be the time for the Ors to make a comeback. Edit able to take down that Carbon, which will make it... Oh, they get traded back instantly by a sneaky Stamper Slash.
Playing on the one little ledge you got here. You gotta work with what you got. Gets traded out by the gal. We have this Brella moving up on the ramp. Gets a pick on the Tetras. Trying to shred this Booyah. Shreds the player. Doesn't shred the Booyah. But they do take lead here. And this is important. They have to hold on this ramp if they want to win.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Vivify has realized that the initial strat of steamrolling and getting a clean wipe from the get-go will work. And there we go. Duos takes game 3, and I think they win the tournament from this.
They do. Dollars are your Triton-Cup 117 winners. Very good showing here, especially with a emergency sub-ish in your last game. You know, break through the awkwardness in the beginning, and then you just roll from there.
Yeah.
Good showing from Vivify too. Even if you lost, you're still a winner in my heart.
Second place is really good on an open tournament.
That's still a result. That's still a good result to get. Even if we're weekly warriors, we take what we get.
A second place would be huge, and probably looks huge for us as low level players. Maybe it's disappointing for them.
Yeah, I'm just a baby. I was born yesterday. I can't imagine getting second place in an open level tournament. So, good showing from all the teams that we saw today. And Tomu, where can the people find you?
On the blue sky tag on screen right now. or you could find me on Twitter at phantomu_, and it's at phantomu_, on most websites. Where could we find you?
You can find me at Summer Paris, bluesky.social right there, and Summer Paris on pretty much everything else. I don't really use Twitter too much anymore. Sometimes I stream on Twitch and at Summer Paris, like I said. I don't do it too much, but I do occasionally. So if you like hearing my wonderful voice, go ahead and tune in. And let me not forget, as a streamer myself, I do have to shout out our streamer, CKK. Thank you for the wonderful spec cam today and making sure all of the info is up to date on stream. It's a thankless job, and we appreciate you. But thank you to everyone who turned in today. And congratulations to Doors for winning Triton-Cup 117.
Yeah, it was great to have everyone watching and great to have all the teams playing. Yeah.